Kafka on the Shore by Haruki Murakami. The Boy Named Crow. So, you're all set for money then? The boy named Crow asks, his typical sluggish voice. The kind of voice like when you're just woken up and your mouth still feels heavy and dull. But he's just pretending. He's totally awake, as always. I nod. How much? I review the numbers in my head. Close to 3,500 in cash, plus some money I can get from an ATM. I know it's not a lot, but it should be enough. For the time being. Not bad, the boy named Crow says. For the time being. I give him another nod. I'm guessing this isn't Christmas money for Santa Claus. Yeah, you're right, I reply. Crow smirks and looks around. I imagine you've started by rifling drawers, am I right? I don't say anything. He just knows whose money we're talking about. So there's no need for any long-winded interrogations. He's just giving me a hard time. No matter, Crow says. You really need this money, and you're going to get it. Beg, borrow, or steal. It's your father's money. Who cares, right? Get your hands on that much, and you should be able to make it, for the time being. But what's the plan after it? It's all gone. Money isn't like mushrooms in the forest. It doesn't just pop up on its own, you know? You'll need to eat, a place to sleep. One day you're going to run out. I'll think about it when the time comes, I say. When the time comes, Crow replies, as if weighing his words in his hand. I nod. Like by getting a job or something? Maybe, I say. Crow shakes his head. You know, you've got a lot to learn about the world. Listen, what kind of job could a 15-year-old kid get in some far-off place he's never been to before? You haven't even finished junior high. Who do you think is going to hire you? I blush a little. It doesn't take much to make me blush. Forget it, he says. You're just getting started, and I shouldn't lay and all this depressing stuff on you. You've already decided what you're going to do, and all that's left is to set the wheels in motion. I mean, it's your life. Basically, you gotta go with what you think is right. That's right. When all is said and done, it is my life. I'll tell you one thing, though. You're going to have to get a lot tougher if you want to make it. I'm trying my best, I say. I'm sure you are, Crow says. These last few years, you've gotten a whole lot stronger. I've got to hand it to you. I nod again. But let's face it, you're only 15, Crow goes on. Your life's just begun, and there's a ton of things out in the world you've never laid eyes on. Things you could never imagine. As always, we're sitting beside one another on the old sofa in my father's study. Crow loves to study, and all the little objects scattered around there. Now he's toying with a B-shaped glass paperweight. If my father was home, you can bet Crow would never go anywhere near it. But I have to get out there, I tell him. No. 2 ways around it. Yeah, I guess you're right. He places the paperweight back on the table and links his hand behind his head. Not that running away is going to solve everything. I don't want to rain on your parade or anything, but I wouldn't count on escaping this place if I were you. No matter how far you run, distance might not solve anything. The boy named Crow lets out a sigh. Then rests a fingertip on each of his closed eyelids and speaks to me from the darkness within. How about a play or a game? He says. Alright, I say. I close my eyes and quietly take a deep breath. Okay, picture a terrible sandstorm, he says. Get everything else out of your head. I do what he says. Get everything else out of my head. I forget who I am even. I'm a total blank. Then, things start to surface. Things that, as we sit here on the old leather sofa in my father's study, both of us can see. Sometimes, fate is like a small sandstorm that keeps changing directions, Crow says. Sometimes, fate is like a small sandstorm that keeps changing directions. You change direction, but the sandstorm chases you. You turn again, but the storm adjusts. Over and over, you play this out, like some ominous dance, with death, just before dawn. Why? Because the storm isn't something that blew in from far away, something that has nothing to do with you. The storm is you, something inside of you, so all you can do is give in to it. Step right inside the storm, closing your eyes and plugging up your ears so the sand doesn't get in, and walk through it, step by step. There's no sun there, no moon, no direction, no sense of time, just fine white sand swirling into the sky like pulverized bones. That's time. That's the kind of sandstorm you need to imagine. And that's exactly what I do. I imagine I ride funnel, stretching up vertically like a thick rope. My eyes are closed tight, hands cupped over my ears, so those fine grains of sand can't blow inside me. The sandstorm draws steadily closer. I can feel the air pressing on my skin. It really is going to swallow me up. The boy called Crow softly rests a hand on my shoulder. And with that, the storm vanishes. From now on, no matter what, you've got to be the world's toughest 15-year-old. That's the only way you're going to survive. And in order to do that, you've got to figure out what it means to be tough. You following me? I keep my eyes closed and don't reply. I just want to sink off into sleep like this. And hand on my shoulder, I hear the faint flutter of wings. You're going to be the world's toughest 15-year-old, Crow whispers as I try to fall asleep, like he was carving the words in a deep blue tattoo on my heart. And you really will have to make it through that violent, metaphysical, symbolic storm. No matter how metaphysical or symbolic it might be, make no mistake about it. It will cut through flesh like 1,000 razor blades. People will bleed there, and you will bleed too. Hot, red blood. You'll catch the blood in your hands. Your own blood and the blood of others. And once the storm is over, you won't remember how you made it through, how you managed to survive. You won't even be sure, in fact, whether the storm is really over. But one thing is certain. When you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person who walked in. That's what the storm's all about. On my 15th birthday, I ran away from home, journey to a far-off town, and live in a corner of a small library. I'd take a week to go into the whole thing, all the details, so I'll just give the main point. My 15th birthday, I ran away from home, journey to far-off town, and live in a corner of a small library. It sounds like a fairy tale, but it's no fairy tale, believe me. No matter what sort of spin you put on it. Chapter 1. cash isn't the only thing I take from my father's study when I leave home. I take a small, old gold lighter. I like the design and feel of it, and a folding knife with a really sharp blade, made to skin deer. It has a 5-inch blade and a nice heft, probably something he bought on one of his trips abroad. I also take a sturdy, bright pocket flashlight out of a drawer, plus sky blue Revo sunglasses to disguise my age. I think about making my father's favorite Sea Dweller oyster Rolex. It's a beautiful watch, but something flashy will only attract attention. My cheap plastic Casio watch and alarm and stopwatch will do just fine, and might actually be more useful. Reluctantly, I return the Rolex to its drawer. From the back of another drawer, I take out a photo of me and my older sister when we were little. The two of us on the beach somewhere with grins plastered across our faces. My sister's looking off to the side, so half of her face is in shadow, and her smile is nearly cut in half. It's like one of these Greek tragedy masks in a textbook that's half one idea and half the opposite. Light and dark, hope and despair, laughter and sadness, trust and loneliness. For my part, I'm staring straight ahead, undaunted, at the camera. Nobody else is there at the beach. My sister and I have a swimsuits, hers a red floral print one piece, mine some baggy old blue trunks. I'm holding a plastic stick in my hand. White foam is washing over our feet. Who took this, and where and when? I have no clue. And how could I have looked so happy? And why did my father keep just that one photo? The whole thing is a total mystery. I must have been there 3. My sister 9. Did we ever really get along that well? I have no memory of ever going to the beach with my family. No memory of going anywhere with them. No matter, though, there is no way I'm going to leave that photo with my father. So I put it in my wallet. I don't have any photos of my mother. My father threw them all away. After giving it some thought, I decide to take the cell phone with me. Once he finds out I've taken it, my father will probably get the phone company to cut off service. Still, I toss it into my backpack, along with the adapter. It doesn't have much weight, so why not? When it doesn't work anymore, I'll just chuck it. Just the bare necessities, that's all I need. Choosing which clothes to take is the hardest thing. I'll need a couple sweaters and pairs of underwear. But what about shirts and trousers? Gloves, muffles, shorts, a coat? There's no end to it. One thing I do now, though, I don't want to wander around some strange place with a huge backpack that seems out. Hey, everybody, check out the runway. Do that, and someone will sure to sit up and take notice. Next thing you know, the police will haul me, and I'll be sent straight home. If I don't wind up in some gang first. Any place cold is definitely out, I decide. Easy enough. Just choose the opposite, a warm place. Then I can leave the coat and gloves behind and get by with half the clothes. I pick out wash and wear type things, the lightest ones I have, fold them neatly, and stuff them into my backpack. I also pack a 3-season sleeping bag, the kind that rolls up nice and tight, toilet stuff, a rain poncho, notebook and pen, a Walkman, and 10 discs. Got to have the music, along with a spare rechargeable battery. That's about it. No need for any cooking gear, which is too heavy and takes up too much room, since I can buy food at the local convenience store. It takes a while, but I'm able to subtract a lot of things from my list. I add things, cross them off, then add a whole other bunch and cross them off too. My 15th birthday is the ideal time to run away from home. Any earlier and I'd be too soon. Any later and I would have missed my chance. During my first 2 years in junior high, I worked out, training myself for this day. I started practicing judo in the first couple years of grade school and still went sometimes in junior high. But I didn't join any school teams. Whenever I had the time, I jog around the school grounds, swim or go to the local gym. The young trainers there gave me free lessons, showing me the best kind of stretching exercises and how to use the fitness machines to bulk up. They taught me which muscles you use every day and which ones can only be built up with machines. Even the correct way to do a bench press. I'm pretty tall to begin with, and with all that exercise, I've developed pretty good broad shoulders and pecs. Most strangers would take me for 17. If I ran away looking my actual age, you can imagine all the problems that would cause. Other than the trainers at the gym, and the housekeeper who comes to our house every other day, and of course the bare minimum required to get by at school, I barely talk to anyone. For a long time, my father and I have avoided seeing each other. We live under the same roof, but our schedules are totally different. He spends most of his time in his studio, far away, and I do my best to avoid him. The school I'm going to is a private junior high for kids who are upper class, or at least rich. It's the kind of school where, unless you really blow it, you're automatically promoted to the high school on the same campus. All the students dress neatly, have nice straight teeth, and are boring as hell. Naturally, I have zero friends. I've built a wall around me, never letting anybody inside and trying not to venture outside myself. Who could like somebody like that? They all keep an eye on me, from a distance. They might hate me or even be afraid of me, but I'm just glad they didn't bother me. Because I had tons of things to take care of, including spending a lot of free time devouring books in my school library. I always paid close attention to what was said in class, though, just like the boy named Crow suggested. The facts and techniques or whatever they teach you in class isn't going to be very useful in the real world. That's for sure. Let's face it, teachers are basically a bunch of morons. But you've got to remember this. You're running away from home. You probably won't have any chance to go to school anymore. So, like it or not, you better absorb whatever you can while you've got the chance. Become like a sheet of blotting paper and soak it all in. Later on, you can figure out what to keep and what to unload. I did what he said, like I almost always do. My brain, like a sponge, I focused on every word said in class and let it all sink in, figured out what it meant, and committed everything into memory. Thanks to this, I barely had to study outside of class, but always came on near the top on exams. My muscles were getting hard as steel, even as I grew more withdrawn and quiet. I tried hard to keep my emotions from showing so that no one, classmates and teachers alike, had a clue what I was thinking. Soon I'd be launched into the rough adult world, and I knew I'd have to be tougher than anybody if I wanted to survive. My eyes in the mirror are as cold as lizards, my expression fixed and unreadable. I can't remember the last time I laughed or even showed a hint of a smile to other people, even to myself. I'm not trying to imply I can keep up the silent, isolated facade all the time. Sometimes the wall I've erected around me comes crumbling down. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes, before I even realize what's going on, there I am, naked and defenseless and totally confused. At times like that, I always feel an omen calling out to me, like a dark, omnipresent pool of water. A dark, omnipresent pool of water. It was probably always there, hidden away somewhere, but when the time comes it silently rushes out, chilling every cell in your body. You drown in that cruel flood, gasping for breath. You cling to a vent near the ceiling, struggling, but the air you manage to breathe out is dry and burns your throat. Water and thirst, cold and heat. These supposedly opposite elements combine to assault you. The world is a huge space, but the space that will take you in, and it doesn't have to be very big, is nowhere to be found. You seek a voice, but what do you get? Silence. You look for silence, but guess what? All you hear over and over and over is the voice of this omen. And sometimes this prophetic voice pushes a secret switch hidden deep inside your brain. Your heart is like a great river along a long spell of rain, spilling over its banks. All signposts that once stood on the ground are gone, inundated and carried away by that rush of water. And still the rain beats down on the surface of the river. Every day, every time you see a flood like that, on the news you tell yourself, that's it, that's my heart. Before running away from home, I wash my hands and face, trim my nails, swab out my ears, and brush my teeth. I take my time making sure my whole body is well scrubbed. Being really clean is sometimes the most important thing there is. I graze carefully at my face in the mirror. Jeans I gotten from my father and mother, not that I have any recollection of what she looked like, created this face. I can do my best to not let any emotion show, keep my eyes from revealing anything, bulk up my muscles, but there's not much I can do about my looks. I'm stuck with my father's long, thick eyebrows and the deep lines between them. I could probably kill him if I wanted to. I'm sure I'm strong enough. And I can erase my mother from my memory, but there's no way to erase the DNA they passed down to me. If I wanted to drive that away, I'd have to get rid of me. There's an omen contained in that, a mechanism buried inside me, a mechanism buried inside of you. I switch off the light and leave the bathroom. A heavy, dumb stillness lies over the house. The whispers of people who don't exist. The breath of the dead. I look around, standing stock still, and take a deep breath. The clock shows 3 p.m. The two hands, cold and distant, they're pretending to be non-committal, but I know they're not on my side. It's nearly time for me to say goodbye. I pick up my backpack and slip it over my shoulders. I've carried it any number of times, but now it feels so much heavier. Shikoku, I decide. That's where I'll go. There's no particular reason it has to be Shikoku. Only that studying the map, I got the feeling that's where I could head. The more I look at the map, actually every time I study it, the more I feel Shikoku tugging at me. It's far south of Tokyo, separated from the mainland by water, with a warm climate. I've never been there, have no friends or relatives there, so if somebody started looking for me, which I kind of doubt, Shikoku would be the last place they'd think of. I pick up the ticket I'd reserved at the counter and climb aboard the night bus. This is the cheapest way to get to Takamatsu, just a shade over $90. Nobody pays me any attention, asks how old I am, or gives me a second look. The bus driver mechanically checks my ticket. Only a third of the seats are taken. Most passengers are traveling alone, like me, and the bus is strangely silent. It's a long trip to Takamatsu, 10 hours according to the schedule. and will be arriving nearly in the morning. But I don't mind. I've got plenty of time. The bus pulls out of the station at 8, and I push my seat back. No sooner do I settle down than my consciousness, like a battery that's lost its charge, starts to fade away, and I fall asleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, a hard rain begins to fall. I wake up every once in a while, part the chintzy curtain at the window, and glaze out at the highway rushing by. Raindrops beat against the glass, blurring streetlights alongside the road and stretch off into the distance at identical intervals, like they were set down to measure the earth. A new light rushes up close and, in an instant, fades off behind us. I check my watch and see it's past midnight. Automatically shoved to the front, my 15th birthday makes its appearance. "Hey, happy birthday," the boy named Crow says. "Thanks," I reply. The omen is still me, though, like a shadow. I check to make sure the wall around me is still in place. Then I close the curtain and fall back to sleep. Chapter 2. The following document, classified top secret by the U.S. Department of Defense, was released to the public in 1986. Though the Freedom of Information Act, the document is now kept in the National Archives in Washington, D.C., and can be accessed there. The investigations recorded here were carried out under the direction of Major James P. Warren from March to April 1946. The field investigation in name-deleted county, Yamanashi Prefecture, was conducted by Second Lieutenant Robert O'Connor and Master Sergeant Harold Katayama. The interrogator in all interviews was Lieutenant O'Connor. Sergeant Katayama handled the Japanese interpreting, and Private William Cohen prepared the documents. Interviews were conducted over a 12-day period in the reception room of the name-deleted town hall in Yamanashi Prefecture. The following witnesses responded individually to Lieutenant O'Connor's questions: a female teacher at the deleted town, deleted county public school, a doctor residing in the same town, 2 patrolmen assigned to the local police precinct, and 6 children. The appended 1 to 10,000 and 1 to 2,000 maps of the area in question were provided by the Topographic Institute of the Ministry of Home Affairs. U.S. Army Intelligence Section MIS report dated May 12, 1946, title Report on the Rice Bowl Hill Incident, 1944, document number BTYX-722-8936745-42213-WWN. The following is the taped interview with Setsuko Okamochi, 26, teacher in charge of the 4th grade B class at the public school in deleted town, deleted county. Materials related to the interview can be accessed using application number PTYX-722-SQ-118. Impressions of the interviewer, Lieutenant Robert O'Connor. Setsuko Okamochi is an attractive petite woman, intelligent and responsible. She responded to the questions accurately and honestly. She still seems slightly in shock, though, from the incident. As she searched her memory, she grew very tense at times, and whenever this happened, she had a tendency to speak more slowly. I think it must have been just after 10 in the morning, when I saw a silver light fire up in the sky. A brilliant flash of silver. That's right. It was definitely light reflecting off something metal. That light moved very slowly in the sky from east to west. We all thought it had to be a B-29. It was directly above us, so to see it, we had to look straight up. It was a clear blue sky, and the light was so bright. All we could see was that silver, duralumin-like object. But we couldn't make out the shape, since it was too far up. I assumed that they couldn't see us either, so we weren't afraid of being attacked or having bombs suddenly rain down on us. Dropping bombs in the mountains here would be pretty pointless anyway. I figured the plane was on its way to bomb some large city somewhere, or maybe on its way back from a raid. So we kept on walking. All I thought was how that light had a strange beauty to it. According to military records, no US bombers or any other kind of aircraft were flying over that region at the time. That is, around 10 a.m. on November 7th, 1944. But I saw it clearly, and so did the 16 children in my class. All of us thought it had to be a B-29. We'd all seen many formations of B-29s, and those are the only kind of planes that could possibly fly that high. There was a small air base in our prefecture, and I'd occasionally seen Japanese planes flying, but they were all small and could never fly as high as I saw. Besides, the way duralumin reflects light is different from other types of metal, and the only planes made out of that are B-29s. I think it was a little strange, though, that it was a solo plane flying all by itself, not part of a formation. Were you born in this region? No, I was born in Hiroshima. I got married in 1949, and that's when I came here. My husband was a music teacher in a junior high in this prefecture. He was called up in 1943 and died fighting in Luzon in June of 1945. From what I had heard later, he was guarding an ammunition dump just outside Manila when it was hit by American shells and blew up, killing him. We have no children. Speaking of children, how many were you in charge of on that outing? 16 altogether, boys and girls. 2 were out sick. But other than that, it was the entire class. 8 boys and 8 girls. 5 of them were children who'd been evacuated from Tokyo. We set out from the school at 9 in the morning. It was a typical school outing, so everyone carried canteens and lunches with them. We had nothing in particular we were planning to study. We were just going up into the hills to gather mushrooms and edible plants. The area around where we lived was farmland, so we weren't that boldly off in terms of food, which isn't to say we had plenty to eat. There was a strict rationing system in place, and most of us were hungry all the time. So the children were encouraged to hunt for food whenever they could find it. The country was at war, after all, and food took priority over studying. Everyone went on this kind of school outing, outdoor study sessions, or as they were called. Since our school was surrounded by hills and woods, there were a lot of nice spots we used to go to. I think we were blessed in that sense. People in cities were all starving. Supply routes from Taiwan and the continent had been cut off by this time, and urban areas were suffering terribly from a lack of food and fuel. You mentioned that 5 of your pupils had been evacuated from Tokyo. Did they get along well with the local children? In my class, at least, they did. The environments the 2 groups grew in, of course, were completely different. One way out in the country, the other in the heart of Tokyo. They spoke differently, even dressed differently. Most of the local kids were from poor families, while the majority of from Tokyo children had fathers who worked for companies or in the civil service. So I couldn't say they really understood each other. Especially in the beginning, you could sense some tension between the 2 of them. I'm not saying they bullied each other or got into fights, because they didn't. What I mean is, the group didn't seem to understand what the other group was thinking. So they tended to keep to themselves. The local kids with other local kids, the Tokyo children in their own little group. This was only the first 2 months, though. After that, they got along well. You know how it is. When kids start playing together and get completely absorbed by whatever they're doing, they don't care about things like that anymore. I'd like you to describe in as much detail as you can the spot where you took your class that day. It was a hill and often went on outings. It was a round hill shaped like an upside-down bowl. We usually called it Owanyama. Note, Rice Bowl Hill. It was a short walk to the west of the school and wasn't steep at all, so nobody could climb it. It was at the children's place. It took somewhere around 2 hours to get to the top. Along the way, they'd search the woods for mushrooms, and we'd have a simple lunch. The children naturally enjoyed going to these outdoor sessions much more than staying in their classrooms studying. The glittering airplane we saw way up in the sky reminded us of the moment of the war, but just for a short time, and we were all in a good mood. There wasn't a cloud on the sky, no wind, and everything was quiet around us. All we could hear were birds chirping in the woods. The war seemed like something in a faraway land that had nothing to do with us. We sang songs and hiked up the hill, sometimes imitating the birds we heard, except for the fact that the war was still going on. It was a perfect morning. It was soon after you observed the plane-like object that you went into the woods, correct? That's correct. I'd say it was less than 5 minutes later that we went into the woods. We left the main trail up the hill and went along the trammed-down path that went up the slope in the woods. It was pretty steep. After we hiked for about 10 minutes, we came up to a clearing, a broad area as flat as a tabletop. Once we'd entered the woods, it was completely still, and with the sun blocked out, it was chilly. But when we stepped into that clearing, it was like we were in a miniature town square, with the sky bright above us. My class often stopped by this spot whenever we climbed Owanyama. The place had a calming effect and somehow made us all feel nice and cozy. We had a break once we reached this square, putting down our packs, and then the children went into the woods in groups of 3 or 4 in search of mushrooms. I insisted that they never lose sight of one another. Before they set out, I gathered them all together and made sure they understood this. We knew the place well, but it was a woods after all, and if any of them got separated and lost, we'd have a hard time finding them. Still, you have to remember, these are small children, and once they start hunting mushrooms, they tend to forget this rule. So I always make sure that As I looked for mushrooms myself, I kept an eye on them, and a running head count. It was about 10 minutes or so after we began hunting mushrooms that the children started to collapse. When I first spotted a group of 3 of them collapsed on the ground, I was sure they'd eaten poisonous mushrooms. There are a lot of highly toxic mushrooms around here, even ones that can be fatal. The local kids know which ones not to pick, but a few varieties are hard to distinguish. That's why I always warned the children never to put any in their mouth until we got back to school and had an expert check them. But you can't always expect kids to listen, can you? I raced over to the spot and lifted up the children who'd fallen to the ground. Their bodies were limp, like rubber, that's been left out in the sun. It was like carrying empty shells. The strength was completely drained from them, but they were breathing fine. Their pulses were normal, and none of them had a temperature. They looked calm, not at all like they were in any pain. I ruled out things like bee stings and snake bites. The children were simply unconscious. The strangest thing was with their eyes. Their bodies were so limp it was like they were in a coma, yet their eyes were open, as if they were looking at something. They blink every once in a while, so it wasn't like they were asleep, and their eyes moved very slowly from side to side like they were scanning a distant horizon. Their eyes at least were conscious, but they weren't actually looking at anything, or at least nothing visible. I waved my hand a few times in front of their faces, but got no reaction. I picked up each of the 3 children in turn, and they were all exactly the same. All of them were unconscious, their eyes slowly moving from side to side. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Describe the group that first collapsed. It was a group of girls, 3 girls who were all good friends. I called out their names and slapped them on the cheek, pretty hard in fact, but there was no reaction. They didn't feel a thing. It was a strange feeling, like touching a void. My first thought was to send somebody running back to the school for help. There was no way I could carry 3 unconscious children down by myself, so I started looking up for the fastest runner in the class, one of the boys. But when I stood up and looked around, I saw that all of the children had collapsed. All 16 of them had fallen to the ground and lost consciousness. The only one still conscious was me. It was like a battlefield. Did you notice anything unusual at that scene? Any strange smell or sound or light? Thinks about it for a while. No. As I already said, it was very quiet and peaceful. No unusual sounds or light or smells. The only thing unusual was that every single pupil in my class had collapsed and was lying there unconscious. I felt utterly alone, like I was the last person alive on earth. I can't describe that feeling of total loneliness. I just wanted to disappear into thin air and not think about anything. Of course I couldn't do that. I had my duty as a teacher. I pulled myself together and raced down the slope as fast as my legs could carry me to get help at the school. Chapter 3. It's nearly dawn when I wake up. I draw the curtain back and take a look. It must have just stopped raining, since everything is still wet and drippy. Clouds to the east are sharply etched against the sky, each one framed by light. The sky looks ominous one minute, inviting the next. It all depends on the angle. The bus plows down the highway at the set speed, the tires humming along, never getting any louder or softer. Same with the engine, its motorous sound like a mortar smoothly grinding down time and the consciousness of the people on board. The other passengers are all sunk back in their seats, asleep, their curtains drawn tight. The driver and I are the only ones awake. We're being carried efficiently and numbly towards our destination. Feeling thirsty, I take a bottle of mineral water from the pocket of my backpack and drink one of the lukewarm water. From the same pocket I pull out a box of soda crackers and munch a few, enjoying that familiar dry taste. According to my watch, it's 4:32. I check the date and day of the week, just to be on the safe side. 13 hours since I left home. Time hasn't leaped ahead more than it should, or done an unexpected about-face. It's still my birthday, still the first day of my brand new life. I shut my eyes, open them again checking the time and date of my watch. Then I switch on the reading light, take out a paperback book, and start reading. Just after 5, without warning, the bus pulls off the highway and comes to a stop in a corner of the roadside rest area. The front door of the bus opens with an airy hiss. Lights blink on inside, and the bus driver makes a brief announcement. "Good morning, everybody. Hope you had a good rest. We're on schedule and should arrive in our final stop at Takamatsu station in about an hour, but we're stopping here for a 20-minute break. We'll be leaving again at 5:30, so please be sure to be back on board by then." The announcement wakes up most of the passengers, and they silently struggle to their feet, yawning as they stumble out of the bus. This is where people make themselves presentable before arriving in Takamatsu. I get off too, take a couple of deep breaths, and do some simple stretching exercises in the fresh morning air. I walk over to the men's room and splash some water on my face. I'm wondering where the heck we are. I go outside and look around. Nothing special. Just the typical roadside scenery you find next to the highway. Maybe I'm just imagining things, but the shape of the hills and the color of the trees seem different from those back in Tokyo. I'm inside the cafeteria, sipping a free cup of hot tea, when this young girl comes over and plunks herself down on the plastic seat next to me. In her right hand, she has a paper cup of hot coffee she bought from a vending machine, the steam rising up from it, and in her left hand, she's holding a small container with sandwiches inside, another bit of vending machine gourmet fare. By the looks of it, she's kind of funny looking. Her face is out of balance, broad forehead, button nose, freckled cheeks, and pointy ears. A slammed together, rough sort of face you can't ignore. Still, the whole package isn't so bad. For all I know, maybe she's not a wild about her own looks, but she seems comfortable with who she is. And that's the important thing. There's something childish about her that has a calming effect, at least on me. She isn't very tall, but has good-looking legs and a nice bust for such a slim body. Her thin metal earrings sparkle like duralumin. She wears a dark brown, almost reddish, dyed hair brown to her shoulders, and has a long-sleeved crew-neck shirt with wide stripes. A small leather backpack hangs from one shoulder, and a light sweater is tied around her neck. A cream-colored miniskirt completes her outfit with no stockings. She's evidently washed her face, since a few strands of hair, like the thin roots of a plant, are plastered on her broad forehead. Strangely enough, those loose strands of hair draw me to her. "You were on the bus, weren't you?" she asks me, her voice a little husky. "Yeah, that's right." She frowns as she takes a sip of coffee. "How old are you?" 17. I lie. So you're in high school? I nod. Where are you headed? Takamatsu. Same with me, she says. Are you visiting or do you live here? Visiting, I reply. Me too. I have a friend there, a girlfriend of mine. How about you? Relatives. I see. Her nod says, no more questions. I've got a younger brother, the same age as you, she suddenly tells me, as if she just remembered. Things happened and we haven't seen each other for a long time. You know something? You look a lot like that guy. Anybody ever tell you that? What guy? You know, the guy who sings in that band. As soon as I saw you in the bus, I busted a hole in my brain trying to remember. That happens sometimes, right? It's on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't think of it. Hasn't anybody said that to you before? That you remind them of somebody? I shake my head. Nobody's ever said that to me. She's still staring at me. Eyes narrowed, intently. What kind of person do you mean? I ask. A TV guy. A guy who's on TV? Right, she says, picking up her ham sandwich and taking an uninspired bite, washing it down with a sip of coffee. A guy who sings in some band. Darn, I can't think of the band's name either. This tall guy who has a Kansai accent. You don't have any idea who I mean? Sorry, I don't watch TV. The girl frowns and gives me a hard look. You don't watch TV at all? I shake my head silently. Wait a sec. Should I nod or shake my head there? I go with a nod. Not very talkative, are you? One line at a time seems your style. Are you always quiet? I blush. I'm sort of a quiet type to begin with, but part of the reason I don't want to say much is that my voice hasn't changed completely. Most of the time, I've got kind of a low voice, but all of a sudden it turns on me and lets out a squeak. So I try to keep whatever I say short and sweet. Anyway, she goes on. What I'm saying to you is you look a lot like that singer with a Kansai accent. Not that you have a Kansai accent or anything. It's just, I don't know, there's something about you that's a lot like him. He seems like a real nice guy, that's all. Her smile steps off stage for a moment, then does an encore. All white, I'm dealing with my blushing face. I'd resemble him even more if you changed your hair, she says. Let it grow out a little, use some gel to make it flip up a bit. I'd love to give it a try. You definitely look good like that. Actually, I'm a hairdresser. I nod and sip my tea. The cafeteria is dead silent. None of the usual background music, nobody else talking besides the two of us. Maybe you don't like talking, she says, resting her head in one hand and giving me a serious look. I shake my head. No, that's not it. You think it's a plane to talk to people. One more shake of my head. She picks up her other sandwich with strawberry jam instead of ham, then frowns and gives me this look of disbelief. Would you eat this for me? I hate strawberry jam sandwiches more than anything. Ever since I was a kid. I take it from her. Strawberry jam sandwiches aren't exactly on top 10 list either. But I don't say a word and start eating. From across the table, she watches until I finish every last crumb. Could you do me a favor? She says. A favor? Can I sit next to you until we get to Takamatsu? I just can't relax when I sit by myself. I always feel like some weird person's going to plop himself down next to me and then I can't get to sleep. When I bought my ticket, they told me they were all single seats, but when I got on, I saw they're all doubles. I just want to catch a few winks before we arrive. And you seem like a nice guy. Do you mind? No problem. Thanks, she says. In traveling, a companion, as they say, as the saying goes. I nod. Nod. That's all I seem to be capable of. But what should I say? How does that end? She asks. How does that end? After a companion, how does it go? I can't remember. I never was very good at Japanese. In life, compassion, I say. In traveling, a companion, in life, compassion. She cedes making sure of it. If she had paper and pencil, it wouldn't surprise me if she wrote it down. So what does that really mean? In simple terms, I think it over. It takes me a while to gather my thoughts, but she waits patiently. I think it means, I say, that chance encounters are what keep us going. In simple terms. She mulls that over for a while, then slowly brings her hands together on top of the table and rests them there lightly. I think you're right about that. The chance encounters keep us going. I glance at my watch. It's 5:30 already. Maybe we better get going back. Yeah, I guess so. Let's go. She says, making no move though to get up. By the way, where are we? I ask. I have no idea, she says. She cranes her neck and sweeps the place with her eyes. Her earrings jiggle back and forth like two precocious pieces of ripe fruit ready to fall. From the time I'm guessing, we're near Karashiki. Not that it matters. A rest area on highway is just a place you pass through to get from here to there. She holds up her head, her right index finger, and her left index finger, about 12 inches apart. What does it matter what it's called? She continues. You've got your restrooms and your food, your fluorescent lights and your plastic chairs, crappy coffee, strawberry jam sandwiches. It's all pointless, assuming you try to find a point to it. We're coming from somewhere, heading somewhere else. That's all you need right now, right? I nod and nod and nod. When we get back to the bus, the other passengers are already abroad, with just us holding things up. The driver's a young guy with this intense look that reminds me of some stern watchman. He turns a reproachful gaze on the two of us, but doesn't say anything. And the girl shoots him an innocent, sorry we're late smile. He reaches out to push a lever, and the door hisses closed. The girl lugs her little suitcase over the sits down beside me. A nothing kind of suitcase she must have picked up at some discount place, and I pick it up for her and store it away in some overhead rack. Pretty heavy for its size. She thanks me, then reclines her seat and fades off to sleep, like he can barely wait to get going. The bus starts to roll the instant we get settled. I pull out my paperback and pick up where I'd left off. The girl's soon fast asleep, and as the bus sways through each curve, her head leans against my shoulder. Finally, coming to a rest there, mouth closed, she's breathing quietly through her nose, the breath gazing my shoulder at regular beats. I look down and catch a glimpse of her bra strap through the collar of her crew neck shirt, a thin, cream-colored strap. I picture the delicate fabric and the end of the strap, the soft breasts beneath, the pink nipples taut under my fingertips. Not that I'm trying to imagine all this, but I can't help it. And, no surprise, I get a massive hard-on. So rigid, it makes me wonder how any part of your body could ever get so hard rock. Just then, a thought hits me. Maybe, just maybe, this girl's my sister. She's about the right age. Her odd looks aren't at all like the girl in the photo, but you can't always count on that. Depending on how they're taken, people sometimes look totally different. She said she has a brother my age, who she hasn't seen in ages. Couldn't that brother be me, in theory at least? I stare at her chest. As she breathes, the rounded peaks move up and down like a swell of waves, somehow reminding me of rain falling softly on a broad stretch of sea. I'm the bold voyager standing on deck, and she's the sea. The sky is a blanket of grey, merging with the grey sea off on the horizon. It's hard to tell the difference between sea and sky, between voyager and sea, between reality and the workings of the heart. The girl wears 2 rings on her fingers, neither of which is a wedding or engagement ring, just cheap things you find at those little boutiques, girl shops at all. Her fingers are long and thin, but look strong. The nails are short and nicely trimmed with a light pink polish. Her hands are resting lightly on the knees, thrust out from her miniskirt. I want to touch those hands, but of course I don't. Asleep, she looks like a young child. One pointy ear peeks out from the strands of hair like a little mushroom, looking strangely fragile. I shut my book and look at her for a while, at the passing scenery. But very soon, before I realize it, I fall asleep myself. Chapter 4. U.S. Army Intelligence Section, MIS. Report dated May 12, 1946. Title: Report on the Rice Bowl Incident, 1944. Document number BTYX-722-8936745-42216-WWN. The following is a taped interview with Dr. Juichi Nakazawa, 53, who ran an internal medicine clinic in name-deleted town at the time of the incident. Materials related to the interview can be accessed using application number PTYX-722-SQ-162-2183. Impressions of the interviewer, Lieutenant Robert O'Connor. Dr. Nagasawa is so big-boned and dark-skinned, he looks more like a foreman than a doctor. He has a calm manner, but is very brisk and concise and says exactly what's on his mind. Behind his glasses, his eyes are very sharp, alert look, and his memory seems reliable. That's the correct at 11 a.m. on November 7th, 1944. I received a phone call from the assistant principal at the local elementary school. I used to be the school doctor or something close to it, so that's why they contacted me first. The assistant principal was terribly upset. He told me that the entire class had lost consciousness while on an outing in the hills to pick mushrooms. According to him, they were totally unconscious. Only the teacher in charge had remained conscious, and she'd run back to school to help them. She was so flustered I couldn't grasp the whole situation, though one fact did come through loud and clear. 16 children had collapsed in the woods. The kids were out picking mushrooms, so of course my first thought was that they'd eaten some poisonous ones and been paralyzed. If that were the case, it'd be difficult to treat. Different varieties of mushrooms have different toxicity levels, and the treatments vary. The most we could do at the moment would be to pump out their stomachs. In the case of highly toxic varieties, though, the poison might enter the bloodstream quickly, and we might be too late. Around there, several people a year died from poisoned mushrooms. I suffered some emergency medicine in my bag and rode my bike over to the school as fast as I could. The police had been contacted and 2 policemen were already there. We knew we had to get the unconscious kids back to town and would need all the help we could get. Most of the young men were away at war, though, so we set off with the best we had, myself, the 2 policemen, an elderly male teacher, the assistant principal and principal, the school janitor, and, of course, the homeroom teacher who'd been with the kids. We grabbed whatever bicycles we could find, but there weren't enough, so some of them rode 2 to the bike. What time did you arrive at the site? It was 11:55. I remember since it happened to glance at my watch when we got there. We rode our bicycles to the bottom of the hill as fast as we could go, then climbed the rest of the way on foot. By the time I arrived, several children had partially regained consciousness, 3 or 4 of them, as I recall, but they weren't fully conscious, sort of dizzily on all fours. The rest of the children were still collapsed. After the while, some of the others began to come around, their bodies undulating like so many big worms. It was a very strange sight. The children had collapsed in an odd, flat, open space in the woods where it looked like all the trees had been neatly removed, with autumn sunlight shining down brightly. And here you had, in this spot, or at the edges of it, 16 elementary school kids scattered about, prostrate on the ground, some of them starting to move, some of them completely still. The whole thing reminded me of a weird avant-garde play. For a moment, I forgot that I was supposed to treat the kids and just stood there, frozen, staring at the scene. Not just myself, everyone in the rescue group reacted the same, paralyzed for a while by what we saw. This might be a strange way of putting it, perhaps, but it was like some mistake had occurred that allowed us to see the sight people should never see. It was wartime, and I was always mentally prepped, as a physician, to deal with whatever came, in the remote possibility that something awful would occur way out here in the country. Prepared as a citizen of Japan to calmly do my duty if the need arose. But when I saw this scene in the woods, I literally froze. I soon snapped out of it and picked up some of the children. One of them, a little girl, her body had no strength in it at all, and was limp as a rag doll. Her breathing was steady, but she was still unconscious. Her eyes, though, were open, tracking something back and forth. I pulled a small flashlight out of my bag and shined it into her pupils, completely unreactive. Her eyes were functioning, watching something, yet showed no response to light. I picked up several other children and examined them, and they were all exactly the same, unresponsive. I found this quite odd. I next checked their pulse and temperature. The pulses were between 50 and 55, and all of them had temperatures just below 97 degrees. Some were around 96 degrees, or thereabouts, as I recall. That's correct. For children of that age, this pulse rate is very below normal. The body temperature over 1 degree below average. I smelled their breath, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Likewise with their throats and tongues. I immediately ascertained these weren't the symptoms of food poisoning. Nobody had vomited or suffered diarrhea, and none of them seemed to be in any pain. If the children had eaten something bad, you could expect, with this much time having elapsed, the onset of at least one of these symptoms. I heaved a sigh of relief that it wasn't food poisoning, but then I was stumped, since I hadn't a clue what was wrong with them. The symptoms were similar to sunstroke. Kids often collapse from this in the summer. It's contagious. Once one of them collapses, their friends all do the same, one after the other. But this was November, in a cool woods, no less. One or two getting sunstroke is one thing, but 16 children simultaneously coming down with it was out of the question. My next thought was some kid kind of poison gas or nerve gas, either naturally occurring or man-made. But how in the world could gas appear in the middle of woods in such a remote part of the country? I couldn't account for it. Poison gas, though, would logically explain what I saw that day. Everyone breathed it in, went unconscious, and collapsed on the spot. The homeroom teacher didn't collapse because the concentration of gas wasn't strong enough to affect an adult. But when it came to treating the children, I was totally lost. I'm not a simple country doctor and have no special expertise in poison gases. So I was out of my league. We were out in this remote town and I couldn't very well ring up a specialist. Very gradually, in fact, some of the children were getting better, and I figured that perhaps with time they would all regain consciousness. I know it's an overly optimistic view, but at the time I couldn't think of anything else to do. So I suggested that we just let them lie there quietly for a while and see what developed. Was there anything unusual in the air? I was concerned about that myself, so I took several deep breaths to see if I could detect any unusual odor, but it was just the ordinary smell of the woods and the hills. It was a bracing scent, the fragrance of trees, nothing unusual about the plants and flowers around there either. Nothing had changed shape or been discolored. One by one, I examined the mushrooms the children had been picking. There weren't all that many, which led me to conclude that they'd collapsed not long after they began picking them. All of them were typical edible mushrooms. I've been a doctor here for some time and am quite familiar with the different varieties. Of course, to be on the safe side, I collected them all and took them back and had a specialist examine them. But as far as I could tell, they were all ordinary edible mushrooms. You said the unconscious children were moved back and forth. But did you notice any other unusual symptoms or reactions? For instance, the size of their pupils, the color of the whites in their eyes, the frequency of their blinking? No, other than their eyes moving back and forth, like a searchlight, there was nothing out of the ordinary. All other functions were completely normal. The children were looking at something. To put a finer point on it, the children weren't looking at what we could see, but something we couldn't. It was more like they were observing something rather than just looking at it. They were essentially expressionless, but overall they seemed calm, not afraid of or in any pain. That's also one of the reasons I decided to just let them lie there and see how things played out. I decided if they're not in any pain, then just let them be for a while. Did anyone mention the idea that the children had been gassed? Yes, they did, but like me, they couldn't figure out how it was possible. I mean, no one had ever heard of somebody going on a hike in the woods and ending up being gassed. Then, one of the people there, the assistant principal, I believe it was said it might have been gas dropped by the Americans. They must have dropped the bomb with poison gas, he said. A homeroom teacher recalled seeing what looked like a B-29 in the sky just before they started up the hill, flying right overhead. That's it, everyone said. Some new poison gas bomb the Americans developed. Rumors about the Americans developing a new kind of bomb had even reached our neck in the woods. But why would Americans drop their newest weapon in such an out-of-the-way place? That we couldn't explain, but mistakes are part of life, and some things we weren't meant to understand, I suppose. After this then, the children gradually recovered on their own. They did. I can't tell you how relieved I was. At first, they started squirming around. Then, they sat up unsteadily, gradually regaining consciousness. No one complained of any pain during this process. It was all very quiet, like they were waking up from a deep sleep. And as they regained consciousness, their eye movements became normal again. They showed normal reactions to light when I shined a flashlight in their eyes. It took some time, though, for them to be able to speak again, just like you are when you first wake up. We asked each of the children what had happened, but they looked dumbfounded, like we were asking about something they didn't remember taking place. Going up the hill, starting to gather mushrooms, that much they recalled. Everything after that, a total blank. They had no sense of any time passing between then and now. They start gathering mushrooms, then the curtain falls, and here they are lying on the ground, surrounded by all these adults. The children couldn't figure out why we were all upset, staring at them with these worried looks on their faces. They seemed more afraid of us than anything else. Sadly, there was one child, a boy, who didn't regain consciousness. One of the children evacuated from Tokyo, Satoru Nakata, I believe his name was, a small pale little boy. He was the only one who remained unconscious. He just lay there on the ground, his eyes moving back and forth. We had to carry him back down the hill. The other children walked back down the hill like nothing happened. Other than this boy, Nakata, none of the other children showed any symptoms later on. As far as any outward signs, at least, no. They displayed no unusual symptoms. No one complained of pain or discomfort. As soon as we got back to the school, I brought the children into the nurse's room, one by one, and examined them. Took their temperature, listened to their heart with a stethoscope, checked their vision. Whatever I was able to do, at the time I did. I had them solve some simple arithmetic problems, stand on one foot with their eyes closed, things like that. Physically, they were fine. They didn't seem tired and had healthy appetites. They missed lunch, so they all said they were hungry. We gave them rice balls to eat, and they gobbled them up. A few days later, I stopped by the school to observe how the children were doing. I called a few of them into the nurse's room and questioned them. Again, though, everything seemed fine. No traces remained, physically or emotionally, from their strange experience. They couldn't even remember that it had happened. Their lives were completely back to normal, unaffected by the incident. They attended class as usual, sang songs, played outside during recess, everything normal kids did. Their home-time teacher, however, was a different story. She still seemed in shock. But that one boy, Nakata, didn't regain consciousness, so the following day he was taken to the university hospital in Kofu. After that, he was transferred to a military hospital and never came back to our town again. I never heard what became of him. This incident never made the newspapers. I guess the authorities decided it would only cause unrest, so they banned any mention of it. You have to remember that during the war, the military tried to squelch whatever they saw as groundless rumors. The war wasn't going well, with the military retreating on the southern front, suicide attacks, one after the other, air raids on cities getting worse all the time. The military was especially afraid of any anti-war pacifists sentiment cropping up among the populace. A few days after the incident, the police came calling and warned us that under no circumstances were we to talk about that. The whole thing was an odd, unpleasant affair. Even to this day, it's like a weight pressing down on me. Chapter 5. I'm asleep when our bus drives across the huge new bridge over the island sea. I'd seen the bridge only on maps and had been looking forward to see it for real. Somebody gently taps me on the shoulder and I wake up. "Hey, we're here," the girl says. I stretch, rub my eyes with the back of my hand and look out the window. Sure enough, the bus is just pulling into what looks like the square in front of a station. Fresh morning sunlight lights up the scene, almost blinding but gentle somehow. The light is different from what I used to in Tokyo. I glance at my watch. 6:32. "Gosh, that was a long trip," she says tiredly. "I thought my lower back was going to give out. And my neck's killing me. You aren't going to catch me on an all-night bus again." I'm taking the plane from now on, even if it's more expensive. Turbulence, hijacking, I don't care. Give me a plane any day. I lower her suitcase and my bag from the overhead rack. "What's your name?" I ask. "My name?" "Yeah, Sakura," she says. "What about you?" "Kafka Tamura," I reply. "Kafka Tamura." She muses. "Weird name. Easy to remember though." I nod. Becoming a different person might be hard, but talking on a different name is a cinch. She gets off the bus, sets her suitcase on the ground, and plugs herself down on top. Then pulls a notebook from a pocket in her small backpack, scribbles down something, rips the page out, and hands it to me. A phone number, by the looks of it. "My cell phone number," she says with a wry expression. "I'm staying at a friend's place for a while, but if you ever feel like seeing somebody, give me a call. We can go out for a bite or whatever. Don't be a stranger, okay?" Even chance meetings. How does the rest of that go? Are the result of karma. Right, she says. But what does it mean? The things in life are fated by our previous lives. That even in the smallest events, there's no such thing as a coincidence. That sits there on her yellow suitcase, notebook in hand, giving it some thought. That's a kind of philosophy, isn't it? Not such a bad way of thinking about life. Sort of a reincarnation, new age kind of thing. But Kafka, remember this, okay? I don't go around giving my cell phone number to just anybody. You know what I mean? I appreciate it, I tell her. I fold up the piece of paper and stick it in the pocket of my windbreaker. Thinking better of it, I transfer it to my wallet. "So, how long will you be in Takamatsu?" Sakura asks. "I don't know yet," I say. "It depends on how things go." She gazes intently at me, her head tilted slightly to the side. "Okay, whatever," she might be thinking. She climbs into a cab, gives a little wave, and takes off. Once again, I'm all alone. "Sakura, I think not my sister's name. But names are changed easily though, especially when you're trying to run away from somebody. I have a reservation at a business hotel in Takamatsu. The YMCA in Tokyo had told me about the place, and through them, I got a discount on the room. But that's only for the first 3 days. Then it goes back to the normal room rate. If I really wanted to save money, I could just sag out on a bench in front of the station, or since it'll still be warm, I could sleep in my sleeping bag in the park somewhere. But then the cops will come and card me. The one thing I have to avoid at all costs. That's why I went for a hotel reservation, at least for 3 days. After that, I'll figure something out. At the station, I pop into the first little diner that catches my eye. I eat my fill of udon. Born and raised in Tokyo, I haven't had much udon in my life. But now, I'm in Udon Central, Shikoku, and confronted with noodles like nothing I've ever seen. They're chewy and fresh, and the soup smells great, really fragrant. And talk about cheap. It all tastes so good, I order seconds, and for the first time, in who knows how long, I happily stuffed. Afterward, I plop myself down on the bench in the plaza next to the station and gaze at the sunny sky. I'm free, I remind myself, like the clouds floating across the sky. I'm all by myself, totally free. I decide to kill time till evening at the library. Ever since I was little, I've loved to spend time in the reading rooms of libraries. So I've come to Takamatsu armed with info on all the libraries in and around the city. Think about it, a little kid who doesn't want to go home, doesn't have many places he can go. Coffee shops and movie theaters are off limits. That leaves only libraries. And they're perfect. No entrance fee, nobody getting all hot and bothered if a kid comes in, and you just sit down and read whatever you want. I always rode my bike to the local public library after school. Even on holidays, that's where you'd find me. I devour anything and everything. Novels, biographies, histories, whatever was lying around. Once, I'd gone through all the children's books. I went on to the general stacks of books for adults. I might not always get much out of them, but I forged on to the very last page. When I got tired of reading, I'd go into one of those listening booths with headphones. And enjoy some music. I had no idea about music, so I just went down the row of CDs they had there, giving them all a listen. That's how I got to know about Duke Ellington, the Beatles, and Led Zeppelin. The library was like a second home, or maybe more like a real home, more than the place I lived in. By going every day, I got to know all the lady librarians who worked there. They knew my name and always said hi. I was painfully shy though, and could barely reply. Before coming to Takamatsu, I found out some wealthy man from an old family in the suburbs had renovated his personal library into a private library open to the public. The place has a lot of rare books, and I heard that the building itself and the surrounding garden were worth checking out. I saw the photo of the place once in Taiyo magazine. It's a large Japanese-style house with this really elegant reading room that looks more like a parlor. where people are sitting with their books on comfortable-looking sofas. For some reason, that photo really stayed with me, and I wanted to see this in person if someday the chance came along. The Komura Memorial Library, the place was called. I go over to the tourist information booth at the station and ask how to get there. A pleasant middle-aged lady marks the spot on the tourist map and gives me instructions on which train to take. It's about a 20-minute ride, she explains. I thank her and study the schedule posted inside. The station. Trains run about every 20 minutes. I have some time, so I pick up a takeout lunch at one of the little shops. The train is just two little cars cobbled together. The tracks cut through a high-rise shopping district. Then, past a mix of small shops and houses, factories and warehouses. Next comes a park and an elegant apartment building under construction. I press my face against the window, drinking in the unfamiliar sights. I've hardly ever been outside of Tokyo, and everything looks fresh and new. The train I'm on, going out of town, is nearly empty this time of the morning, but the platforms on the other side are packed with junior and senior high school kids in summer uniforms, school bags slung along their shoulders. All heading to school. Not me though. I'm alone, going in the opposite direction. We're on different tracks in more ways than one. All of a sudden, the air feels thin and something heavy is bearing down on my chest. I am really going the right thing. The thought makes me feel helpless, isolated. I turn my back on the school kids and try not to look at them anymore. The train runs along the sea for a time, then cuts island. We pass tall fields of corn, grapevines, tangerine trees growing on terrace hills. An occasional irrigation pond sparks in the sunlight. A river winding through a flat stretch of land looks cool and inviting. An empty lot is overgrown with summer grasses. At one point, we pass a dog standing by the tracks, staring vacantly at the train rushing by. Watching this scenery makes me feel warm and calm all over again. You're going to be okay, I tell myself, taking a deep breath. All you can do is forge ahead. At the station, I follow the map and walk north past rows of old stores and houses. Both sides of the street are lined with walls around people's homes. I've never seen so many different kinds. Black walls made out of boards, white walls, granite block walls, stone walls with hedges on top. The whole place is still and silent, with no one else on the street. Hardly any cars pass by. The air smells like the sea, which must be nearby. I listen carefully, but can't hear any waves. Far off though, I hear a faint bee-like buzz of an electric saw, maybe from a construction site. Small signs with arrows pointing toward the library line, the road from the station, so I can't get lost. Right in front of the Komura Memorial Library's imposing front gate stand two neatly trimmed plum trees. Inside the gate, a gravel path winds past other beautifully manufactured bushes and trees. Pines and magnolias, garrya and azaleas, with not a fallen leaf in sight. A couple of stone lanterns pick out between the trees, as does a small pond. Finally, I get to the intricately designed entrance. I come to a halt in front of the open door, hesitating for a moment about going inside. This place doesn't look like any library I've ever seen, but having come all this way, I might as well take a plunge. Just inside the entrance, a young man is sitting behind the counter where you check your bags. I slouch off my backpack, then take off my sunglasses and cap. "Is this your first visit?" he asks me, in a relaxed, quiet voice. It's slightly high-pitched, but smooth and soothing. I nod, but the words don't come. The question takes me by surprise and makes me kind of tense. A long, freshly sharpened pencil between his fingers. The young man gazes intently at my face for a while. The pencil is yellow with an eraser at the end. The man's face is on the small side, his features regular. Pretty rather than handsome might describe him best. He's wearing a button-down, white cotton shirt and olive green chinos, with not a single wrinkle on either. When he looks down, his longish hair falls over his brow, and occasionally he notices this and fingers it back. His sleeves are rolled up to the elbows, revealing slender white wrists. Delicately framed glasses nicely complement his features. The small plastic name tag pinned to his chest says Oshima. Not exactly the type of librarian I'm used to. Feel free to use the stacks, he tells me, and if you find a book you'd like to read, just bring it to me to the reading room. Rare books have a red seal on them, and for those you'll need to fill out a request card. Over there, to the right, is the reference room. There's a card index and a computer you can use to search for material. We don't allow any books to be checked out. We don't carry any magazines or newspapers, no cameras are allowed, and neither is making copies of anything. All food and beverages should be consumed outside the branches. And we close at 5. He lays his pencil on the desk and adds, "Are you in high school?" "Yes, I am," I say after taking a deep breath. "This library is a little different from the ones you're probably used to," he says. "We specialize in certain genres of books, mainly old books by tanka and haiku poets. Naturally, we have a selection of general books as well. Most of the people who ride the train all the way out here are doing research in those fields. No one comes here to read the latest Stephen King novel. We might get the occasional graduate student, but very seldom someone your age." "So, are you researching tanka or haiku then?" "No," I answer. "That's what I thought." "Is it still okay for me to use the library?" I ask timidly, trying to keep my voice from cracking. "Of course." He smiles and places both hands on the desk. "This is a library, and anybody who wants to read is welcome. This can be your little secret, but I'm not particularly fond of tanka or haiku myself." "It's a really beautiful building," I say. He nods. "The Komura family's been a major sake producer since the Edo period," he explains, "and the previous head of the family was quite a bibliophile. Nationally famous for scouring the country in search of books. His father was himself a tanka poet, and many writers used to stop by here when they were in Shikoku. Wakayama Bokusui, for instance, or Ishikawa Takuboku, and Shiga Naoya. Some of them must have found it quite comfortable here because they stayed for a long time." All in all, the family spared no expense when it came to literary arts. What usually happens with a family like this is eventually a descendant squanders the inheritance, but fortunately the Komuras avoided that fate. They enjoyed their hobby in its place, but made sure the family business did well. So they were rich, I say, stating the obvious. Very much so. His lips curve ever so slightly. They aren't as rich now as they were before the war, but they're still pretty wealthy, which is why they can maintain this wonderful library. Of course, making it a foundation helps lower their inheritance tax, but that's another story. If you're really interested in this building, I suggest you take a little tour or two. At 2. It's only once a week, and Tuesdays, which happens to be today. There's a rather unique collection of paintings and drawings on the second floor, and the building itself is architecturally quite fascinating. I know you'll enjoy it." "Thank you," I say. "You're quite welcome." His smile suggests. He picks his pencil up again and starts tapping the eraser end on the desk like he's gently encouraging me. "Are you the one who does the tour?" Oshima smiles. "No, I'm just a lowly assistant. I'm afraid. A lady named Miss Saeki is in charge here, my boss. She is related to the Komuras and does the tour herself. I know you like her. She's a wonderful person." I go into the high-ceilinged stacks and wander among the shelves, searching for a book that looks interesting. Magnificent thick beams run across the ceiling of the room, and gentle, early summer sunlight is shining through the open window. The center of birds in the garden filtering in. The books in the shelves in front of me, sure enough, are just like Oshima said. Mainly books of Japanese poetry, tanka or haiku, essays on poetry, biographies of various poets. There are also a lot of books on local history. A shelf further back contains general humanities, collections of Japanese literature, world literature, and individual writers, classics, philosophy, drama, art history, sociology, history, biography, geography. When I open them, most of the books have the smell of earlier time leaking out between the pages, a special odor of the knowledge and emotions that for ages have been calmly resting between the covers. Breathing it in, I glance through a few pages before returning the book to its shelf. Finally, I decide on a multi-volume set with beautiful covers of a Burton translation of the Arabian Nights. Pick out one volume and take it back to the reading room. I've been meaning to read this book since the library has just opened for a day. There's no one else there, and I have an elegant reading room all to myself. It's exactly like in the photo in the magazine, roomy and comfortable, with a high ceiling. Every once in a while, a gentle breeze blows in through the open window, like white curtain rusting softly the air that has a hint of the sea. And I love the comfortable sofa. The old, upright piano stands in a corner, and the whole place makes me feel like I'm in some friend's home. As I relax on the sofa, I gaze around the room. A thought hits me. This is exactly the place I've been looking for forever. A little hideaway in some sinkhole somewhere. I've been looking for forever. I'd always thought of it as a secret, imaginary place, and can barely believe that it actually exists. I close my eyes and take a breath, and like a gentle cloud, the wonder of it all settles over me. I slowly stroke the creamish cover of the sofa, then stand up and walk over to the piano and lift the cover, laying all 10 fingers down on the slightly yellowed keys. I shut the cover and walk across the faded, grey-patterned carpet to the window and test the antique handle that opens and closes it. I switch the floor lamp on and off, then check out all of the paintings hanging on the walls. Finally, I plop back down on the sofa and pick up reading where I left off, focusing the Arabian Night for a while. At noon, I take my bottle of mineral water and box lunch out to the veranda that faces the garden and sit down to eat. Different kinds of birds fly overhead, fluttering from one tree to the next, or flying down to the pond to drink and groom themselves. There are some I've never seen before. A large brown cat makes an appearance, which is their signal to clear out of there, even though the cat looks like he couldn't care less about the birds. All he wants is to stretch out on the stepping stones and enjoy the warm sunlight. "Is your school closed today?" Oshima asks when I drop off my backpack on my way back to the reading room. "No," I reply carefully, choosing my words. "I just decided to take some time off." "Refusing to go to school?" he says. "I guess so." Oshima looks at me with great interest. "You guess so?" "I'm not refusing to go to school. I just decided not to." Very calmly, all on your own, you stopped going to school. I merely nod. I have no idea how to reply. According to Aristophanes in Plato's Symposium. In the ancient world of myth, there were 3 types of people, Oshima says. Have you heard about this? No. In ancient times, people weren't just male or female, but one of 3 types: male-male, male-female, or female-female. In other words, each person was made out of components of 2 people. Everyone was happy with this arrangement and never really gave it much thought. But then, God took a knife and cut everybody in half, right down the middle. So after that, the world was divided in just male and female. The upshot being that people spend their time running around trying to locate their missing other half. Why did God do that? Divide people into 2? You got me. God works in mysterious ways. There's that whole wrath of God thing. All that excessive idealism and so on. My guess is it was a punishment for something. Like in the Bible, Adam and Eve and the fall of the 4th. Original sin, I say. That's right, original sin. Oshima holds his pencil between his middle and index finger, twirling it ever so slightly, and as if testing the balance. Anyway, my point is that it's really hard for people to live their lives alone. Back in the reading room, I return to the tale of Abul Hassan, the wag, but my mind wanders away from the book to male, 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 female, and female, female. At 2 o'clock, I lay down my book and get up from the sofa to join the tour of the building. Miss Saiki leading the tour is a slim woman, I'd guess, in her mid-40s. She's a little on the tall side for someone of her generation. She's wearing a blue half-sleeve dress and a cream-colored cardigan, and has excellent posture. Her long hair is loosely tied back. Her face very refined and intelligent looking. With beautiful eyes and a shadowy smile playing over her lips, a smile whose sense of completeness is so indescribable. It reminds me of a small, sunny spot, the special patch of sunlight you find only in some remote, secluded place. My house back in Tokyo has just one like that, in the garden. And ever since I was little, I loved that bright little spot. She makes a strong impression on me, making me feel wishful and nostalgic. Wouldn't it be great if this were my mother? But I think the same thing every time I ran across a charming middle-aged woman. The chances that Miss Saiki is actually my mother are close to 0. I realize, still, since I have no idea what my mother looks like, or even her name, the possibility does exist, right? There's nothing that rules it out completely. The only other people taking the tour are a middle-aged couple from Osaka. The wife is short and pudgy, with glasses and thick as a Coke bottle. The husband's a skinny guy with hair so stiff I bet he needs a wire to brush it to tame it. With narrow eyes and a broad forehead, he reminds me of some statue on a southern island, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He gives the occasional nod to show he's properly interested, or else mutters some fragmentarily comment I can't catch. Both of them are dressed more for mountain climbing than for visiting a library, each wearing a waterproof vest with a million pockets, sturdy lace-up boots, and hiking hats. Maybe this is how they always dress when they go on a trip. Who knows? They seem okay. Not that I'd want them as parents or anything. And I'm relieved not to be the only one taking the tour. Miss Saiki begins by explaining the library's history. Basically the same story Oshima told me. How they opened the public to the books. And paintings. The up-teenth head. of the family had collected, devoting the library to the region's cultural development. A foundation was set up based on the Komura fortune and now managed the library and occasionally sponsored lectures, chamber music concerts, and the like. The building itself dated from the early Meiji period, when it was built to serve double duty as a family library and guest house. In the Taisho period, it was completely renovated as a two-story building with the addition of magnificent guest rooms for visiting writers and artists. From the Taisho to the early Showa period, many famous artists visited the Komuras, leaving behind mementos, poems, sketches, and paintings in gratitude for having been allowed to stay here. You'll be able to view some selected items from the valuable collection in the second-floor gallery, Miss Sayaki adds. Before World War II, a vibrant local culture was established less through the efforts of local government than those of wealthy connoisseurs such as Komura family. They were, in sort, patrons of the arts. Kagawa Prefecture has produced quite a number of talented tanka and haiku poets, and one reason for this was the dedication with which the Komura family founded and supported the local art scene. Quite a number of books, essays, and reminiscences have been published on the history of these fascinating artistic circles, all of which are in our reading room. I hope you'll take the opportunity to look at them. The heads of the Komura family down through the years have been well versed in the arts, with an especially refined appreciation of the truly excellent. This might have run in the blood. They were very discerning patrons of the art, supporting artists with the highest aims who produced the most outstanding works. But as you're surely aware, in the arts, there is no such thing as an absolutely perfect eye. Unfortunately, some exceptional artists did not win their favor or were not received by them as they deserved to be. One of these was the haiku poet Taneda Santoka. According to the guest book, Santoka stayed here on numerous occasions, each time leaving behind poems and drawings. The lead of the family, however, called him a beggar and a braggart, wouldn't have much to do with him, and in fact threw away most of his works. What a terrible waste, the lady from Osaka says, apparently truly sorry to hear this. Nowadays, Santoka fetches a hefty price. You're exactly right, Miss Sayaki says, beaming, but at the time he was as unknown, so perhaps it couldn't be helped. There are many things we only see clearly in retrospect. You got that right, the husband pipes in. After this, Miss Sayaki guides us around the first floor, showing us the sacks, the reading room, the rare book collection. When he built this library, the head of the family decided not to follow the simple and elegant style favored by artists in Kyoto, instead choosing a design more like a rustic dwelling. Still, as you can see, in contrast to the bold structure of the building, the furnishings and picture frames are quite elaborate and luxurious. The carving of these wooden panels, for instance, is very elegant. All the finest master craftsmen in Shikoku were assembled to work on the construction. Our little group starts upstairs, a vaulted ceiling soaring over the staircase, the ebony railing so highly polished it looks like you'll have a mark if you touch it. On the stained glass window next to the landing, a deer stretches out its neck to nibble some grasses. There are 2 parlors on the second floor, as well as a spacious hall that in the past was probably lined with tatami for banquets and gatherings. Now the floor is plain wood, and the walls are covered with framed calligraphy, hanging scrolls and Japanese-style paintings. In the center, a glass case displays various mementos and a story behind each. One parlor is in the Japanese style, the other Western. The Western style room contains a large writing desk and a swivel chair that look like someone's still using. There's a line of pines outside the window behind the desk, and the horizon's faintly visible between the trees. The couple from Osaka walks around the parlor, inspecting all the items, reading the explanations in the pamphlet. Every time the wife makes a comment, the husband chimes in to second her opinion. A lucky couple that agrees on everything. The things on display don't do much for me, so I check out the details of the building's construction. While I'm nosing around the Western parlor, Miss Saigi comes up to me and says, "You can sit on that chair if you'd like to." Shiga Naoya and Tanizaki both sat there at one time and other. Not that this is the same chair, of course. I sit down on the swivel chair and quietly rest my hands on the desk. "How is it? Feel like you could write something?" I blush a little and shake my head. Miss Saiki laughs and goes back to the couple. From the chair I watch how she carries herself, every motion natural and elegant. I can't express it well, but there's definitely something special about it, as if her retreating figure is trying to tell me something she couldn't express while facing me. But what this is, I haven't a clue. Face it, I remind myself, there's tons of things you don't have a clue about. Still seated, I give the room a one-over. One on the wall is an oil painting, apparently of the seashore nearby. It's done in an old-fashioned style, but the colors are fresh and alive. On top of the desk is a large ashtray and a lamp with green lampshade. I push the switch and, sure enough, the light comes on. A black clock hangs on the opposite wall, an antique by the looks of it, though the hands tell the right time. There are round spots worn here and there into the wooden floor, and it creaks slightly when you walk on it. At the end of the tour, the Osaka couple thanks Miss Saigi and disappears. It turns out they're members of the Tanka Circle in the Kansai region. I wonder what kind of poems they compose, the husband especially. Grunts and nods don't add up to poetry, but maybe writing poetry brings out some hidden talent in the guy. I return to the reading room and pick up where I'd left off in my book. Over the afternoon, a few other readers filter in, most of them with those reading glasses old people wear and that everybody looks the same in. Time passes slowly. Nobody says a word, everyone lost in quiet reading. One person sits at a desk, jotting down notes, but the rest are sitting there silently, not moving, totally absorbed, just like me. At 5 o'clock, I shut my book and put it back on the shelf. At the exit, I ask, "What time do you open in the morning?" 11, Oshima says. "Planning on coming back tomorrow?" "If it's no bother." Oshima narrows his eyes as he looks at me. "Of course not. A library is a place for people who want to read. I'd be happy if you came back. I hope you don't mind my asking, but do you always carry that backpack with you? It looks pretty heavy. What in the world could be inside? A stack of Krugerrands, perhaps?" I blush. "Don't worry, I'm not really trying to find out." Oshima presses the eraser and on his pencil against the right temple. "Well, see you tomorrow." "Bye," I said. Instead of raising his hand, he lifts his pencil in farewell. I take the train back to Takamatsu station. For dinner, I stop inside a cheap diner near the station and order chicken cutlet and a salad. I have a second helping of rice and a glass of warm milk after the meal. At a mini-mart outside, I buy a bottle of mineral water and 2 rice balls in case I get hungry in the middle of the night. Then start for my hotel. I walk not too fast or too slow, at an ordinary pace, just like everybody else, so no one notices me. The hotel is pretty large, a typical second-rate business hotel. I find in the register at the front desk giving Kafka instead of my real name, a phony address and age, and pay for the night. I'm a little nervous, but none of the clerks seem suspicious. Nobody yells out, "Hey, we can see right through your ruse, you little 15-year-old runaway." Everything goes smooth as silk, business as usual. The elevator clanks ominously to the 6th floor. The room is minuscule, outfitted with an inviting bed, a rock-hard pillow, a miniature escape for a desk, a tiny TV, sun-bleached curtains. The bathroom is barely the size of a closet, with none of those little complimentary shampoo or conditioner bottles. The view out the window is on the wall of the building next door. I shouldn't complain though, since I have a roof over my head and hot water coming out of the tap. I plunk my backpack on the floor, sit down on the chair, and try to acclimatize myself to the surroundings. I'm free, I think. I shut my eyes and think hard and deep about how free I am, but I can't really understand what it means. All I know is I'm totally alone, and alone in an unfamiliar place, like some solitary explorer who's lost his compass and his map. Is this what it means to be free? I don't know, and I give up thinking about it. I take a long hot bath and carefully brush my teeth in front of the sink. I flop down in bed and read. And when I get tired of that, I watch the news on TV. Compared to everything I've done through that day, though, the news seems stale and boring. I switch off the TV and get under the covers. It's 10 p.m., but I can't get to sleep. And new day in the brand new place, and my 15th birthday, besides most of which I spend in a charming offbeat library. I meet a few new people, Sakura, Oshima, Masaiki, nobody threatening, thank God. A good omen? I think about my home back in Nogata, in Tokyo, and my father. How did he feel when he found I'd suddenly disappeared? Relieved maybe? Confused? Or maybe nothing at all. I'm betting he hasn't even noticed I'm gone. I suddenly remember my father's cell phone and take it out of my backpack. I switch it on and dial my phone number. It starts ringing, 450 miles away, as clearly as if I were calling the room next door. Startled by this, I hung up after 2 rings. My heart won't stop pounding. The phone still works, which means my father isn't cancelling the contact. Maybe he hasn't noticed the phone's missing from his desk. I shove the phone back in my pocket of the backpack, turn off the light, and close my eyes. I don't dream. Come to think of this, I haven't had any dreams in a long time. Chapter 6. "Hello there," the old man called out. The large, elderly black tomcat raised its head a fraction and warily returned the greeting in a low voice. "A very nice spell of weather we're having." The cat said. "Not a cloud in the sky." "For a time being." Is the weather going to take a turn for the worse then? It feels like it'll cloud up toward evening. The black cat slowly stretched out a leg, then narrowed its eyes and gave an old man another good long look. With a big grin on his face, the man stared right back. The cat hesitated for a time, then plunged ahead and spoke. So you're able to speak? That's right, the old man said bashfully. To show his respect, he took off his threadbare cotton hiking hat. Not that I can speak to every cat I meet, but if things go well, I can. Like right now. Interesting, the cat said simply. Do you mind if I sit down here for a while? Nakata's a little tired from walking. The black cat languidly rose to its feet, whiskers at which, and yawned so tremendously its jaw looked almost unhinged. I don't mind, or perhaps I should say it's not up to me. You can sit anywhere you like, nobody's going to bother you for that. Thank you kindly, the man said, lowering himself down beside the cat. Boy, oh boy, I've been walking since 6 in the morning. I take it then. That's your Mr. Nakata. That's right. Nakata's the name. And you would be... I forget my name, the cat said. I had one. I know I did, but somewhere along the line I didn't need it anymore. So it slipped my mind. I know, it's easy to forget things you don't need anymore. Nakata's exactly the same way, the man said, scratching his head. So what you're saying, Mr. Cat, is that you don't belong to some family somewhere. A long time ago I did, but not anymore. Some families in the neighborhood give me food to eat now and then, but none of them own me. Nakata nodded and was silent for a time, then said, Would you mind very much then if I called you Otsuka? Otsuka? The cat said, looking at him in surprise. What are you talking about? Why do I have to be Otsuka? No special reason. The name just came to me. Nakata just picked out from a hat. It makes things a lot easier for me if you have a name. That way, somebody like me, who isn't very bright, can organize things better. For instance, I can say, Oh, this day of this month, I spoke with a black cat, Otsuka, in a vacant lot in the Two Crow neighborhood. It helps me remember. Interesting, the cat said. Not that I totally follow you. Cats can get by without names. We go by smell, shape, things of this nature. As long as we know there's things, there are no worries for us. Nakata understands completely, but you know, Mr. Otsuka, people don't work that way. We need dates and names to remember all kinds of things. The cat gave a snort. Sounds like a pain to me. You're absolutely right. There's so much we have to remember. It is a pain. Nakata has to remember the name of the governor, bus numbers. Still, you don't mind if I call you Otsuka. Maybe it's a little unpleasant for you? Well, now that you mention it, I suppose it isn't all that pleasant. Not that it's particularly unpleasant, you understand. So I guess I don't really mind. You want to call me Otsuka? Be my guest. I'll admit, though, that it doesn't sound right when you call me that. Nakata's very happy to hear you say that. Thank you so much, Mr. Otsuka. I must say that for a human, you have an odd way of talking, Otsuka commented. Yes, everybody tells me that, but this is the only way Nakata can speak. I try to talk normally, but this is what happens. Nakata's not very bright, you see. I wasn't always this way, but when I was little, I was in an accident, and I've been dumb ever since. Nakata can't write, or read a book, or a newspaper. Not to boast or anything, but I can't write either, the cat said, licking the pads of his right paw. I'd say my mind is average though, so I've never found it inconvenient. In the cat world, that's to be expected, Nakata said. But in the human world, if you can't read or write, you're considered dumb. Nakata's father, he passed away a long time ago, was a famous professor in the university. His specialty was something called theory of fine arts. I have 2 younger brothers, and they're both very bright. One of them works at a company, and he's a department chief. My other brother works at a place called the Ministry of Trade and Industry. They both live in huge houses and eat eel. Nakata's only one who isn't right. But you're able to talk with cats? That's correct, Nakata said. Then you're not so dumb after all. Yes, no. I mean, Nakata doesn't really know about that. But ever since I was little, people said you're dumb. So I suppose I must be. I can't read the names of stations, so I can't buy a ticket and take a train. If I show my handicap pass, though, they let me ride the city bus. Interesting, Otsuka said, without much interest. If you can't read or write, you can't find a job. Then how do you make a living? I get a subsidy. Subsidy? The governor gives me money. I live in a little room in an apartment in Nogata called the Shoiso. And I eat 3 meals a day. Sounds like a pretty good life, to me at least. You're right. It is a pretty good life. Nakata can keep out of the mind and rain, and I have everything I need. And sometimes, like now, people ask me to help them find cats. They give me a present when I do. But I've got to keep this a secret from the governor, so don't tell anybody. They might cut down my subsidy. If they find out, I have some extra money coming in. It's never a lot, but thanks to it, I can eat eel every once in a while. Nakata loves eel. I like eel too, though I only had it once, a long time ago, and can't really recall what it tastes like. Eel is quite a treat. There's something different about it, compared to other food. Certain foods can take the place of others, but as far as I know, nothing can take the place of eel. On the road in front of the empty lot, a young man walked with a large Labrador retriever with a red bandana tied around his neck. He glanced over Otsuka, but walked on by. The old man and the cat sat there in a lot, silently waiting for the dog and his master to disappear. You said you look for cats? Otsuka asked. That's correct. I search for lost cats. I can speak with the cat a little, so I go all over, tracking down ones that have gone missing. People hear that Nakata's good at this, so they come and ask me to look for their lost cats. These days, I spend more days than not out searching for cats. I don't like to go too far away, so I just look for them inside Nakano ward. Otherwise, I'd be the one lost, and they'll be out looking for me. So, right now you're searching for lost cat? That's correct. Nakata's looking for a 1-year-old tortoiseshell cat named Goma. Here's a photo of her. Nakata pulled a color copy out of his canvas shoulder bag and showed it to Otsuka. She's wearing a brown flea collar. Otsuka stretched out to gaze at the photograph, then shook his head. No, afraid I've never run across this one. I know most of the cats around here, but this one I don't know. Never seen or heard anything about her. Is that right? Have you been looking for her for a long time? Well, today is, let me see, 1, 2, 3, the third day. Otsuka sat there, thinking for a time. I assume you're aware of this, but cats are creatures of habit. Usually they live very ordered lives. And unless something extraordinary happens, they generally try to keep to their routine. What might disrupt this is either sex or an accident. One of the two. Nakata's thinking the same thing. If it's sex, then you just have to wait till they get it out of their system and they'll be back. So, do you understand what I mean by sex? I haven't done it myself, but I think I understand. It has to do with your weenie, right? That's right. It's all about the weenie, Otsuka nodded, a serious look on his face. But if we're talking about an accident, you might never see her again. That is true. Also, sometimes when a cat's on the prowl for sex, it might wander off and have trouble finding its way back home again. If Nakata went out of Nakano Ward, finding my way home wouldn't be easy. That's happened to me a few times. Of course, that was a long time ago, when I was much younger, Otsuka said. Eyes narrowed as he searched his memory. Once you're lost, you panic. You're in total despair, not knowing what to do. I hate it when that happens. Sex can be a real pain that way. Of course, when you get in the mood, all you can think about is what's right under your nose. That's sex. All right. So that cat was... What was her name? The one that's lost. Do you mean Goma? Yes, of course, Goma. I'd like to do what I can help to find her. A young tortoiseshell cat like that, with some nice family taking care of her, wouldn't know the first thing about making her way in the world. Wouldn't be like to fight off anybody or fend for herself. The poor thing. Unfortunately, however, I've never seen her. I think you might want to search somewhere else. Well then, I suppose I should follow your advice and go to some other place to look. Nakata's very sorry to have interrupted your nap. I'm sure you'll stop by here again sometime. So, if you spot Goma in the meanwhile, please let me know. I'd like to give you something for your help. No need. I enjoyed talking with you. Feel free to drop by again. On sunny days, this is where you'll mostly find me. When it rains, I'm generally in that shrine over there, where the steps go down. Well, thank you very much. Nakata was very happy too to be able to talk with you, Mr. Otsuka. I can't always speak so easily to every cat I meet. Sometimes I try that cat is on his guard and runs away without saying a word, when all I ever said was hello. I can well imagine. There's all sorts of cats, just like there's all sorts of people. That's exactly right. Nakata feels the same way. There are all kinds of people in the world, and all kinds of cats. Otsuka stretched and looked up in the sky. Golden sunlight filled the vacant lot, but the air held a hint of rain, something Otsuka was able to sense. Didn't you say that when you were little you had an accident and that's why you're not so smart? Yes, that's right. That's exactly what Nakata said. I said an accident when I was 9 years old. What sort of accident? Nakata can't really remember. They don't know why, but I had a high fever for about 3 weeks. I was unconscious the whole time. I was asleep in a bed in a hospital, they told me, with an inch of Venus in me. And when I finally woke up, I couldn't remember a thing. I'd forgotten my father's name, my mother's face, how to read, how to add, what my house looked like inside, even my own name. My head was completely empty, like a bathtub after you pull the plug. They tell me before the accident, Nakata always got good grades, but once I collapsed and woke up, I was dumb. My mother died a long time ago, but she used to cry about this a lot, because I got stupid. My father never cried, but he was always angry. Instead of being smart though, you found yourself able to talk with cats. That's correct. Interesting. Besides that, I'm always healthy and haven't been sick once. I don't have any cavities and don't have to wear glasses. As far as I can tell, you seem pretty intelligent. Is that so? Nakata said, inclining his head. Nakata's well past 60 now, Mr. Otsuka. Once I got past 60, I was quite used to being dumb, and people not having anything to do with me. You can survive without riding trains. Father's dead, so nobody hits me anymore. Mother's dead too, so she doesn't cry. So, actually, if you say I'm pretty smart, it's a bit upsetting. You see, I'm not dumb. Then the governor won't give me a subsidy anymore. And no more special bus pass. If the governor says you're not dumb after all, then Nakata doesn't know what to say. For this is fine, being dumb. What I'm trying to say is, your problem isn't that you're dumb, Otsuka said, an earnest look on his face. Really? Your problem is that your shadow is a bit, how should I put it, faint. I thought this the first time I laid eyes on you, that the shadow you cast on the ground is only half as dark as that of ordinary people. I see. I ran across another person like that once. Mouth slightly ajar, Nakata stared at Otsuka. You mean you saw somebody like Nakata? Yes, I did. That's why I wasn't so surprised that you could talk to cars. Cats. When was that? A long time ago, when I was still a youngster, but I can't remember the details. The person's face or name or where and when we met. As I said before, cats don't have that sort of memory. I see. That person's shadow, too, looked like half of it had gotten separated from him. It was as faint as yours. I see. What I think is, you should give up looking for lost cats and start searching for the other half of your shadow. Nakata tugged a few times at the bill of his hat in his hands. To tell the truth, Nakata's had that feeling before, that my shadow is weak. Other people might not notice, but I do. That's good then, the cat said. But I'm already old and may not live much longer. Mother's already dead, father's already dead. Whether you're smart or dumb, can read or can't, whether you've got a shadow or not. Once the time comes, everybody passes on. You die and they cremate you. You turn into ashes and they bury you at a place called Karasuyama. Karasuyama's in Setagaya ward. Once they bury you there, though, you probably can't think about anything anymore. And if you can't think, then you can't get confused. So, isn't the way I am now just fine? What I can do while I'm alive is never go out of Nakana ward. But when I die, I'll have to go to Karasuyama. That can't be helped. What you think about it is entirely up to you, of course, Otsuka said, and again began licking the paws. Though you should consider how your shadow feels about it. It might have a bit of an inferiority complex, as a shadow, that is. If I were a shadow, I know I wouldn't like to be half of what I should be. I understand, Nakata said. You may well be right. Nakata's never thought about it. I'll think about it more after I get home. An excellent idea. The two of them were silent for a while. Nakata quietly stood up, carefully brushing away stray bits of grass from his trousers, and put on his threadbare hat. He adjusted it a few times until he got the angle just right. He shouldered his canvas bag and said, "Thank you very kindly, Nakata really values our opinions, Mr. Otsuka. I hope you stay happy and well. You too." After Nakata left, Otsuka lay down again in the grass and closed his eyes. There was still some time before the clouds would come and the rain would start. His mind a blank. He fell asleep for a short nap. Chapter 7. At 7:15, I ate breakfast in the restaurant next to the lobby toast. Hot milk, ham, and eggs. But this free hotel breakfast doesn't come close to filling me up. The food's all gone before I realize it, and I'm still hungry. I look around and seconds on toast don't seem likely to materialize. I let out a big sigh. Well, what are you gonna do? The boy named Crow says. He's sitting right across from me. You're not back home anymore, where you can stuff yourself with whatever you like, he says. I mean, you've run away from home, right? Get that through your head. You're used to getting up early and eating some breakfast. But those days are long gone, my friend. You'll have to scrape by on what they give you. You know what they say about how size of your stomach can adjust to the amount of food you eat. Well, you're about to see if it's really true. Your stomach's gonna get smaller though. That will take some time. Think you can handle it? Yeah, I can handle it, I reply. Good. Crow tells me, you're supposed to be the toughest 15-year-old on the planet, remember? I give him a nod. Well then, how about you stop staring at your empty plate and get a move on? Following this advice, I stand up and go to the front desk to negotiate over the price of my room. I explain I'm a student at a private high school in Tokyo and have come here to write my graduation paper, which isn't a total lie since the high school affiliated with my school has this kind of setup. I add that I'm collecting materials for the paper at the Komura Memorial Library. There is much more to research than I'd imagined, so I'll have to stay for at least a week in Takamatsu. But since I'm on a budget, would the discounted room rate be possible not just for 3 days, but for the whole time I'm here? I offer to pay each day in advance and promise not to cause any trouble. I stand there in front of the girl in charge, trying to do my best imitation of a nice, well-brought-up young man who's in a tight spot. No dyed hair for me, no piercings. I have on a clean white Ralph Lauren polo shirt, chinos, and a pair of brand new topsiders. My teeth are gleaming and I smell like soap and shampoo. I know how to speak politely. When I feel like it, I'm pretty good at impressing people older than me. The girl listens silently, nodding, her lips slightly twisted up. She's petite and wearing a green uniform blazer over a white blouse. She looks a little sleepy, but goes on about her morning duties briskly. She's about the same age as my sister. I understand, she says. but I have no clue with the manager. We should have an answer for you by noon. Her tone is businesslike, but I can tell that in her book I pass. She notes down my name and room number. I have no idea whether this negotiating will get me anywhere. It might blow up in my face if the manager demands to see my student ID, say, or tries to get in touch with my parents. Of course, I gave a phony phone number when I registered. But seeing as how my funds are limited, I figure it's worth the risk. I check the yellow pages and call a public gym and ask about their weight machines. They have most of what I need, and it only costs $5 a day. I get directions from the station, thank them, and hang up. I go back to my room for a backpack, then hit the streets. I could just leave my stuff in the room or in the hotel, safe, but I feel better carrying it all with me. It's like it's a part of me already, and I can't let go. On the bus from the terminal in front of the station to the gym, I can feel my face tighten up. I'm so nervous. Suppose somebody asks why a kid my age is traipsing off to the gym in the middle of the day. I don't know this down and have no idea what these people are thinking, but no one gives me a second glance. I'm starting to feel like the Invisible Man or something. I pay the entrance fee at the desk, no questions asked, and get a key to the locker. After changing it to shorts and a t-shirt in the locker room, I do some stretching exercises. As my muscles relax, so do I. I'm safe inside this container called me. With a little click, the outlines of this being me fit right inside a rear locked neatly away. Just the way I like it. I'm where I belong. I start on my circuit training, with Prince blasting away on my Walkman. I put in a good hour of training, making my usual round of the 7 machines. I thought for sure a gym is such a small town would be full of dated machines, but these are the latest models, with the metallic smell of brand new steel. The first round I do with light weights, then increase weight for the second circuit. I know exactly how much weight and how many reps would work for me. Pretty soon, I start to sweat and stop every once in a while to take a swig from the bottle and a bite out of a lemon I bought on the way over. Once I finish training, I take a hot shower using the soap and shampoo I've brought along. I do a good job of washing my cock, not too many years, out of its foreskin, and under my arms, balls and butt. I weigh myself and flex my muscles a bit in front of a mirror. Finally, I rinse out my sweaty shorts and t-shirt in the sink, wring them out, and stow them away in a plastic bag. I take a bus back to the station and have a steaming bowl of udon in the same diner as the day before. I take my time, gazing out the window as I eat. The station's packed with people, streaming in and out, all of them dressed in their favorite clothes, bags or briefcases in hand. Each one dashing off to take care of some pressing business. I stare at this ceaseless, rushing crowd and imagine a time 100 years from now. In 100 years, everybody here, me included, will have disappeared from the face of the earth and turned into ashes or dust. A weird thought, but everything in front of me starts to seem unreal, like a gust of wind. Cloud blow it all away. I spread my hands out in front of me and take a good, hard look at them. What am I always so tense about? Why this desperate struggle just to survive? I shake my head, turn from the window, clear my mind of thoughts of 100 years away. I'll just think about now, about books waiting to be read in the library, machines at the gym I haven't worked out on. Thinking about everything else isn't going to get me anywhere. That's the ticket, Crow tells me. Remember, you're supposed to be the toughest 15-year-old on the planet. Like the day before, I buy a box lunch at the station and take the train arriving at the Komura library at 11:30. And even though Oshima's there at the counter, today, he's wearing a blue rayon shirt buttoned on the neck, white jeans and white tennis shoes. He's sitting at his desk, absorbed in some massive book, with the same yellow pencil, I guess, lying beside him. His bangs are all over the place. When I come in, he looks up, smiles, and takes my backpack from me. Still not going back to school, I see. I'm never going back, I confess. A library's a pretty good alternative then. He says. He turns around to check the time on the clock behind him, then goes back to his reading. I head off to the reading room and back to Arabian Nights. Like always, once I settle down and start flipping pages, I can't stop. The Burden edition has all the stories I remember reading as a child, but they're longer, with more episodes and plot twists, and so much more absorbing that it's hard to believe they're the same. They're full of obscene, violent, sexual, basically outrageous scenes. Like the genie in the bottle, they have this sort of vital living sense of play, of freedom, that common sense can't keep bottled up. I love it and can't let go, compared to those faceless hordes of people rushing through the train station. Like crazy, preposterous stories of thousands years ago are, at least to me, much more real. How that's possible, I don't know. It's pretty weird. At 1 o'clock, I go out to the garden again, sit on the porch and eat my lunch. I'm about halfway done when Oshima comes over and says I have a phone call. A phone call? I say, at a loss for words. For me? As long as your name is Kafka Tamura. I blush, get to my feet, and take a cordless phone for him. It's the girl at the front desk, at the hotel, most likely checking to see if I'm really doing research at the library. She sounds relieved to find out I hadn't lied to her. I talked with the manager, she says, and he said they've never done this before, but seeing as how you're young and there are special circumstances, he'll make an exception and let you stay at the rate of the YMCA arranged for you. We're not so busy right now, he said, so we can bend the rules a bit. He also said that library's supposed to be really nice, so he hopes you'll be able to take your time and do as much research as you need to. I breathe a sigh of relief and thank her. I feel a little bad about lying, but there's not much I can do about it. I've got to bend some rules myself if I want to survive. I hang up and hand the phone back to Oshima. You're the only high school student who comes here, so I figured it must be for you, he says. I told her you're here from morning till night. Your nose stuck in a book, which is true. Thanks, I tell him. Kafka Tamura? That's my name. Kind of strange. Well, that's my name, I insist. I assume you've read some of Kafka's stories. I nod. The Castle and the Trial, the Metamorphosis, plus that weird story about an execution device. In the Penal Colony, Oshima says. I love that story. Only Kafka could have written that. That's my favorite of his short stories. No kidding, I nod. Why is that? It takes me a while to gather my thoughts. I I think that Kafka does is give a purely mechanical explanation of that complex machine in the story, a sort of a substitute for explaining the situation we're in. What I mean is, I have to give it some more thought. What I mean is, that's his own device for explaining the kind of lives we lead, not by talking about our situation, but by talking about the details of the machine. That makes sense, Oshima says and lays a hand on my shoulder. The gesture natural, friendly. I imagine Franz Kafka would agree with you. He takes the cordless phone and disappears back into the building. I stay on the veranda for a while, finishing my lunch, drinking my mineral water, watching the birds in the garden. For all I know, they're the same birds from yesterday. The sky is covered with clouds, not a speck of blue inside. Oshima most likely found my explanation of the Kafka story convincing, to some extent at least. But what I really wanted to say didn't get across. I wasn't just giving some general theory of Kafka's fiction. I was talking about something very real. Kafka's complex, mysterious execution device wasn't some metaphor or allegory. It actually here, all around me. But I don't think anybody would get that. Not Oshima. Not anybody. I go back to the reading room, where I sink down in the sofa and into the world of the Arabian Nights. Slowly, like a movie fade out. The real world evaporates. I'm alone inside the world of the story, my favorite feeling in the world. When at 5, I'm about to leave, Oshima's still behind the counter, reading the same book. His shirt still without a single wrinkle, like always. A couple strands of hair have fallen out his face. The hands of the electric clock on the wall behind him soundlessly tick forward. Everything around him is silent and clean. No doubt the guy ever sweats or hiccups. He looks up and hands me my backpack. He frowns a bit, like it's too heavy for him. Do you take the train here from town? I nod. If you're going to come every day, you should have this. He hands me a sheet of paper, the train schedule. It turns out, between Takamatsu station and the station where I get off for the library. They usually run on time. Thanks, I say, slipping the sheet in my backpack. Kafka. I don't have any idea where you came from or what your plans are, but you can't stay in a hotel forever, right? He says, choosing his words carefully. With the fingers of his left hand, he checks the tips of his pencils. Not that it's necessarily, since they're all as sharp as can be. I don't say anything. I'm not trying to butt in, believe me. I just thought I might as well ask. A boy your age in a place you've never been before, I can't imagine is easygoing. I nod again. Are you headed someplace else after here? Or are you going to be here for a while? I haven't decided yet, but I think I'll be here for a while. No other place to go, I admit. Maybe I should tell Oshima everything. I'm pretty sure he won't put me down, give me a lecture, or try to force some common sense on me. But right now, I'm trying to keep my words to a minimum. Plus, I'm not exactly used to telling people how I feel. For the time being, then, you think you can manage? Oshima asks. I give a short nod. Good luck then, he says. Except for a few minor details, I spend the next 7 days in the same way. Except for Monday, of course, when the library is closed, and I spend the day at a big public library. The alarm clock gets me up at 6:30 every morning, and I gulp down the hostel's pseudo breakfast. If the chestnut-haired girl's behind the desk, I give her a little wave. She always nods and repays me with a smile. I think she likes me, and I kind of like her too. Could she be my sister? The thought does cross my mind. Every morning, I do some easy stretching exercises in my room, and when the time rolls around, I go to the gym and run through the usual circuit training. Always the same amount of weight, the same number of reps, no more, no less. I take a shower and wash away every inch of me. I weigh myself to make sure my weight's staying steady. Before noon, I take the train to the Komura library, exchange a few words with Oshima when I give him my backpack, and when I pick it up, eat lunch, out on the veranda, and read. When I finish the Arabian Nights, I tackle the complete works of Natsume Soseki. There's still a couple of his novels I haven't read yet. At 5, I exit the library, so most of the day I'm in the gym or the library. As long as I'm in one of those two, nobody seems to worry about me. Chances are pretty slim a kid skipping school would hang out in either one. I eat dinner at the diner in front of the station. I try to eat as many vegetables as I can, and occasionally buy fruit from a stand and peel it using the knife I took from my father's desk. I buy cucumbers and celery, wash them in the sink at the hotel, and eat them with mayonnaise. Sometimes I pick up a container of milk from the mini-mart and have a bowl of cereal. Back in my room, I jot down what I did that day in my diary, listen to Radiohead on my Walkman, read a little, and then it slides out at 11. Sometimes I masturbate before going to sleep. I think about the girl at the front desk, putting any thoughts of her potentially being my sister out of my head. For the time being, I hardly watch any TV or read any newspapers. But on the evening of the 8th day, as had to happen sooner or later, the simple centripetal life is blown to bits. Chapter 8. U.S. Army Intelligence Section MIS report dated May 12, 1946. Title: Report on the Rice Bowl Hill Incident, 1944. Document number BTYX-722-8936745-42216-WWN. The following is a taped interview with Dr. Shinekori Tsukayama, 52, professor, the Department of Psychiatry in the School of Medicine, Tokyo Imperial University, which took place over a 3-hour span at the GHQ of the Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers. Documentation related to the interview can be accessed using application number BTYX-SQ-SQ-267-291. Note: documents 271 and 278 are missing. Impressions of the interviewer: Lieutenant Robert O'Connor. Professor Tsukayama was quite calm and relaxed throughout the interview, as one might expect of an expert of his caliber. He is one of the leading psychiatrists in Japan and has published a number of outstanding books on the subject. Unlike most Japanese, he avoids vague statements, drawing a sharp distinction between facts and conjecture. Before the war, he was an exchange scholar at Stanford, and is quite fluent in English. He is surely well liked and respected by many. We were ordered by the military to immediately undertake an examination of the children in question. It was the middle of November 1944. It was quite unusual for us to receive requests or orders from the military. The military, of course, had its own extensive medical branch. and being a self-contained entity that put a high priority on security, they usually preferred to handle matters internally, apart from the rare times when they needed the special knowledge and techniques that only outside researchers or physicians had. They seldom appealed to civilian doctors or researchers. Thus, when they broached this, we immediately surmised that something extraordinary had occurred. Frankly, I didn't like to work under military directions. In most cases, their goals are strictly utilitarian, with no interest in pursuing truth in the academic sense, only arriving at conclusions that accorded with their preconceptions. They weren't the type of people swayed by logic, but it was wartime and we couldn't very well say no. We had to keep quiet and do exactly as we were told. We'd be continuing our research despite the American air raids. Most of our undergrads and grad students, though, had been drafted. Students in psychiatry weren't exempt for the draft, unfortunately. When the order came from the military, we dropped everything and took the train to name deleted in Yamanashi Prefecture. There were these of us, myself and a colleague from the psychiatry department, as well as a research physician from the Department of Neurosurgery with whom we'd been concluding research. As soon as we got there, they warned us that what they were about to reveal was a military secret we could never divulge. Then, they told us about the incident that had occurred at the beginning of the months, how 16 school children had lost consciousness in the hills and 15 of them had regained consciousness thereafter, with no memory of what had taken place. One boy, they told us, hadn't regained consciousness and was still in the military hospital in Tokyo. The military doctor would examine the children right after the incident. An internal medicine specialist named Major Toyama gave us a detailed explanation about what had transpired. Many army doctors are more like bureaucrats concerned with protecting their own little preserve that with medicine, but fortunately, Major Toyama wasn't one of them. He was honest and straightforward, and obviously a talented physician. He never tried to use the fact that we were civilians to lord it over us or conceal anything from us, as some might do. He provided all the details we needed in every professional manner, and showed us medical records had been kept on the children. He wanted to get to the bottom of this as much as anybody. We were all quite impressed by him. The most important fact we gleaned from the records was that, medically speaking, the incident had caused no lasting impact on the children. From right after the event to the present day, the examinations and tests consistently indicated no internal or external abnormalities. The children were leading healthy lives, just as they had before the incident. Details examinations revealed that several of the children had parasites, but nothing out of the ordinary. Otherwise, they were completely asymptomatic. No headaches, nausea, pain, loss of appetite, insomnia, lightlessness, diarrhea, nightmares, nothing. The one notable thing was that the 2-hour span during which the children had been unconscious in the hills was erased from their memory, as if that part of them had been extracted in toto. Rather than a memory loss, it was more a memory lack. There aren't medical terms, and I'm using them for the sake of convenience. But there's a big difference between loss and lack. I suppose it's like, well, Imagine the train steaming down the track. The freights disappeared from one of the cars. A car that's empty inside, that's loss. When the whole car itself has vanished, that's lack. We discussed the possibility that the children had breathed in poison gas. Dr. Toyama said that naturally they'd considered this. That's why the military is involved, he told us, but it seems a remote possibility. He then told us, now, this is a military secret, so you can't tell anyone. The army is definitely developing poison gas and biological weapons, but this is carried out mainly by a special unit on the Chinese mainland, not in Japan itself. It's too dangerous to project to attempt in a place as densely populated as Japan. I can't tell you whether or not these sorts of weapons are stored anywhere in Japan, though I can assure you most definitely that they are not kept anywhere in Yamanashi Prefecture. So, he categorically denied that special weapons, including poison gas, were being stored in the prefecture. Correct. He was very clear about that. He basically had no choice except to believe him. But he sounded believable. We also concluded that it was highly unlikely that poison gas had been dropped from a B-29. If the Americans had actually developed such a weapon and decided to use it, they'd drop it in some large city where the effects would be massive. Dropping the canister or two on such a remote place wouldn't allow them to ascertain what effects the weapon had. Besides, even if you accepted the premise that a poison gas had been dropped on the spot, any gas that makes children fall unconscious for 2 hours with no other lasting effects would be worthless as military arsenal. Also, we knew that no poison gas, whether man-made or naturally occurring, would act like this, leaving no after effects whatsoever, especially when you're dealing with children, who are more sensitive and have more delicate immune system than adults. There would have to be some after effects, particularly in the eyes or mucous membranes. We closed off food poisoning for the same reason. So, what we were left with were psychological problems or problems dealing with brain function. In a case like that, standard medical methodology wouldn't help at all in isolating the cause. The effects would be invisible, something you couldn't quantify. We finally understood why we had been called here by the military to consult. We interviewed every child involved in the incident, as well as the homeroom teacher and attending physician. Major Toyama also participated, but these interviews yielded almost nothing new. We merely confirmed that the major had already told us. The children had no memory whatsoever of the event. They saw what looked like a plane gliding high up in the sky, climbed up Owan Yama and began hunting mushrooms. Then there is a gap in time, and the next thing they recall is lying on the ground, surrounded by a group of worried teachers and policemen. They felt fine without any pain, discomfort, or nausea. Their minds just felt a bit blank, as you do when you first wake up in the morning. That was all. Each child gave the same exact response. After conducting these interviews, we concluded that this was a case of mass hypnosis. From the symptoms to the homeroom teacher and school doctor observed at the scene, this hypnosis made the most sense. The regular movement of the eyes, the slight lowering of respiration, heartbeat, and temperature, the lack of memory, it all fit. The teacher alone didn't lose consciousness because of whatever reason. What produced this mass hypnosis didn't affect adults. We weren't able to pinpoint the cause, however. Generally speaking, though, mass hypnotism requires two elements. First, the group must be close-knit and homogeneous, and placed in restricted circumstances. Secondly, something has to trigger the reaction. something that acts simultaneously on everyone. In this case, it might have been the glint of the airplane we saw. This is just hypothesis. Mind you, we weren't able to find any other candidates, and there may very well have been some other trigger that set it off. I broached the idea of it being a case of mass hypnosis with Major Toyama, making it clear this was merely a conjecture. My two colleagues generally concurred. Coincidentally, this also happened to be indirectly related to a research topic we were investigating ourselves. That does not seem to fit the evidence, Major Toyama said after giving it some thought. This is not my field, but it would appear to be the likeliest explanation. But there's one thing I don't understand. What made him stand up of this mass hypnosis? There'd have to be some sort of reverse triggering mechanism. I really don't know, I admitted. All I could do was speculate. My hypothesis was that there is a system in place which, after a certain amount of time passes, automatically break the spell. Our bodies have strong defense mechanisms in place, and if an outside system takes over momentarily, once a certain amount of time has passed, it's like an alarm bell goes off, activating an emergency system that deprograms this foreign object that blocks our built-in defenses. In this case, the effects of mass hypnosis, and eliminates it. Unfortunately, I don't have the materials in front of me, so I can't quote the exact figures. But, as I told Major Toyama, there have been reports of similar incidents occurring abroad. All of them are considered mysteries with no logical explanation. A large number of children lose consciousness at the same time, as several hours later wake up without any memory of what happened. This incident is quite unusual, in other words, but not without precedent. This one strange instance took place around 1930 in the outskirts of a small village in Devonshire, England. For no apparent reason, a group of 30 junior high students walking down a country path fell to the ground, one after the other, and lost consciousness. Several hours later, as if nothing had happened, they regained consciousness and walked back to school under their own steam. A physician examined them right away but could find nothing medically wrong. No one of them could recall what had taken place. At the end of the last century, a similar incident occurred in Australia. Outside of Adelaide, 15 girls from a private girls' school were on an outing when all of them lost consciousness, and then gained it. Again, there were no injuries, no after effects. It ended up classified as a case of heat stroke, but all of them had lost consciousness and recovered it nearly the same time. And nobody showed symptoms of heat stroke, so the real cause remains a mystery. Besides, it wasn't a particularly hot day when it occurred. Probably there was no other accounting for what had taken place, so they decided this was the best explanation. These cases share several things in common. They took place among a group of either young boys or girls somewhat distant from their school, all of whom lost consciousness essentially simultaneously and then regained it about the same time, with no one displaying any after effects. It's reported that some of the adults who happened to be with the children also lost consciousness, and some did not. Each case was different in that regard. There are other similar incidents, but these are the best documented and thus are representative cases in the literature of this phenomenon. This recent instance in Yamanashi Prefecture, however, contains one element that differentiates it from the rest. Namely, that one boy did not regain consciousness. This child is the key to unlocking the truth. To to this whole event. We returned to Tokyo after our interviews in Yamanashi and went straight to the army hospital, where the boy was being cared for. The army was the only interested in this incident because they suspected it may have been caused by poison gas. That's my understanding, but Major Toyama would know more about this, and I suggest you ask him directly. Major Toyama was killed in Tokyo in March 1945 in the line of duty during an air raid. I'm very sorry to hear that. We lost so many promising people in the war. Eventually, though, the army concluded that this was not caused by any chemical weapons. They couldn't determine the cause, but they decided, didn't they, that it was unrelated to the war. Yes, I believe that's true. At this point, they'd concluded their investigation into the matter. But the boy, Nakata, was allowed to remain in the military hospital since Major Toyama was personally interested in the case and had some connections there. Thus, we were able to go to the military hospital every day and take turns staying overnight to investigate this unconscious boy's case further from a number of angles. Though unconscious, the boy's bodily functions nevertheless continued normally. He was given nutrients intravenously and discharged urine at regular intervals. He shut his eyes at night and went to sleep when we turned out the lights, then opened them again in the morning. Other than being unconscious, he appeared completely healthy. He was in a coma but didn't dream, apparently. When people dream, they exhibit characteristic eye movements and facial expressions. Your heart rate goes up and you react to experiences in your dreams. But with the Nakata boy, we couldn't detect any of these indicators. His heart rate, breathing, and temperature were still slightly on the low side, but surprisingly stable. It might sound strange to put it this way, but it seemed like the real Nakata had gone off somewhere, leaving behind for a time the fleshy container, which, in his absence, kept all his bodily functions going at the minimum level needed to preserve itself. The term spirit projection sprang to mind. Are you familiar with it? Japanese folktales are full of this sort of thing, where the soul temporarily leaves the body and goes off a great distance to take care of some vital tasks, and then returns to reunite with the body. The sort of vengeful spirits that populate the tale of Genji may be something similar. The notion of the soul not just leaving the body at death, but assuming the will is strong enough, also being able to separate it from the body of the living, and probably all an idea that took root in Japan in ancient times. Of course, there's no scientific proof of this, and I hesitate to even raise the idea. The practical problem that faced us was how to take this boy from this coma and restore him to consciousness. Struggling to find a reverse trigger to undo the hypnosis, we tried everything. We brought his parents there, had them shout out his name. We tried that for several days, but there was no reaction. We tried every trick in the book as far as hypnosis goes, clapping our hands in different ways right in front of his face. We played music he knew, read his school books around him, let him catch a whiff of his favorite foods. We even brought in his cat from home, one he was particularly fond of. He used every method we could think of to bring him back to reality. But nothing worked. About 2 weeks into this, when we'd run out of ideas and were exhausted and discouraged, the boy woke up on his own. Not because of anything we'd done, without warning, as if the time for this had been decided in advance. He came to. Did anything out of the ordinary take place that day? Nothing worth mentioning. It was a day like any other. At 10 a.m., the nurse came to draw a blood sample. Right after that, he choked a bit, and some of the blood spilled on the sheets. Not much, and they changed the sheets right away. That was about the only thing that happened that day. The boy woke up without a half hour after that. Out of the blue, he sat in the bed, stretched and looked around the room. He had regained consciousness and medically he was perfectly fine. Soon though, we realized he'd lost his entire memory. He couldn't even remember his own name. The place he lived in, his school, his parents' faces, it was all gone. He couldn't read, he wasn't even aware this was Japan or the Earth. He couldn't even fathom the concept of Japan or the Earth. He'd returned to this world with his mind wiped clean. The proverbial blank slate. Chapter 9. When I come to, I'm in thick bush, lying there on the damp ground like some log. I can't see a thing, it's so dark. My head propped by prickly brambles. I take a deep breath and smell plants and dirt and, mixed in, a faint whiff of dog crap. I can see the night sky through the tree branches. There's no moon or stars, but the sky is strangely bright. The clouds act as a screen, reflecting all the light from below. An ambulance waits off in the distance, grows closer, then fades away. By listening closely, I can barely catch the rumble of tires from traffic. I figure I must be in some corner of the city. I try to pull myself together and pick up the scattered jigsaw puzzle pieces of me lying all around. This is a first, I think. Or is it? I had this feeling somewhere before, but when? I search my memory, but that fragile thread snaps. I close my eyes and let time pass by. With a jolt of panic, I remember my backpack. Where could I have left it? No way I can lose it. Everything I own's inside. But how am I going to find it in the dark? I try to get to my feet, but my fingers have lost all their strength. I struggle to raise my hand, but why is it so heavy all of a sudden? And bring my watch close to my face, fixing my eyes on it. The digital numbers read 11:26, May 28th. I think of my diary, May 28th. Good, so I haven't lost a day. I haven't been lying here out cold for days. At most, my consciousness. And I parted company for a few hours, maybe 4 hours, I figure. May 28th. A day like any other. The same exact routine, nothing out of the ordinary. I went to the gym, then to the Komura library, but my usual workout on the machines, read Soseki on the same sofa, had dinner near the station. The fish dinner, as I recall, salmon with a second helping of rice, some miso soup and salad. After that, I don't know what happened. My left shoulder aches a little, as my senses return. So does the pain. I must have bumped into something pretty hard. I rub that part with my right hand. There's no wound or swelling. Did I get hit by a car, maybe? But my clothes weren't ripped, and the only place that hurts is that spot on my left shoulder. Probably just a bruise. I fumble around in the bushes, but all I touch are branches, hard and twisted, like the hearts of bullied little animals. No backpack. I go through my plant pockets. My wallet's there, thank God. Some cash is in it. The hotel key card, a phone card. Besides this, I've got a coin purse, a handkerchief, a ballpoint pen. As far as I can tell, in the dark, nothing's missing. I'm wearing cream-colored chinos, a white V-neck t-shirt. under a long-sleeved dungaree shirt, plus my navy blue topsiders. My cap's vanished, my New York Yankees baseball cap. I know I had it on when I left the hotel, but not now. I must have dropped it or left it someplace. No big deal. Those are a dime a dozen. Finally, I locate my backpack, leaning up against the trunk of a pine tree. Why in the world would I leave it there and then scramble into this thicket, only to collapse? Where the hell am I anyway? My memory's frozen shut. Anyway, the important thing is that I found it. I take out my mini flashlight from a side pocket and check out the contents. Nothing seems to be missing. Think out the sack with all my cash there. I shoulder the backpack and step over bushes, pushing branches out of the way, until I reach a small clearing. There's a narrow path there, and I follow the beam of my flashlight into a place where there's some lights. It appears to be the grounds of a Shinto shrine. I'd lost consciousness in a small woods behind the main shrine building. A mercury lamp on a high pole illuminates the extensive grounds, casting a kind of cold light on the inner shrine, the offering box, the votive tables. My shadow looks weirdly long on the gravel. I find the shrine's name on the bulletin board and commit it to memory. Nobody else is around. I see a restroom nearby and go inside, and it turns out to be fairly clean. I take off my backpack and wash my face, then check out my reflection in the blurry mirror over the sink. I prepare myself for the worst, but I'm not disappointed. I look like hell. A pale face with sunken cheeks stares back at me, my neck all muddy, hair sticking out in all directions. I notice something dark on the front of my white t-shirt, shaped sort of like a huge butterfly with wings spread. I try brushing it away, but it won't come off. I touch it and my hands come away all sticky. I need to calm down. So, consciously taking my time, I slowly take off both my shirts. Under the flickering fluorescent light, I realize what it is. Darkish blood that's seeped into the fabric. The blood's still fresh, wet, and there's lots of it. I bring it close for a sniff. There's no smell. Some blood's been splattered on the dungaree shirt as well, but only a little, and it doesn't stand out on the dark blue material. The blood on the t-shirt is another story. Against the white background, there's no mistaking that. I wash the t-shirt in the sink. The blood mixes with the water, dyeing the porcelain sink red, though no matter how hard I scrub, the stain won't come out. I'm about to toss the shirt into the garbage can, then decide against it. If I throw it away, some other place would be better. I wring out the shirt and stow it in a plastic bag with my other rinsed out clothes, and stuff the whole thing into my backpack. I wet my hair and try to get some of the tangles out. Then I take some soap out of my toilet kit and wash my hands. They're still trembling a little, but I take my time, carefully washing between my fingers and under my fingernails. With a damp towel, I wipe away the blood that seeped into my bare chest. Then I put on my dungaree shirt, button it up to my neck, and tuck it into my pants. I don't want people looking at me, so I've got to look at least halfway normal. But I'm scared, and my teeth won't stop chattering. Try as I might, I can't get them to stop. I stretch out my hands and look at them. Both are shaking a bit. They look like somebody else's hands, not my own. like a pair of little animals with a life of their own. My palms string, like I grabbed onto a hot metal bar. I rest my hands against the sink and lean forward, my head slowed against the mirror. I feel like crying, but even if I do, nobody's going to come to my rescue. Nobody. Man alive, how'd you get all that blood all over you? What the hell are you doing? But you don't remember a thing, do you? No wounds on you, though? That's a relief. No real pain either, except for that throbbing in your left shoulder. So the blood's gotta be from somebody else, not you. Somebody else's blood. Anyway, you can't stay here forever. If a patrol car happens to spot you here, covered with blood, you're up a creek, my friend. Of course, going back to the hotel might not be a good idea. You don't know who might be lying in wait, ready to jump you. You can't be too careful. Looks like you've been involved in some crime, something you don't remember. Maybe you were the prep. Who knows? Lucky thing, you got all your stuff with you. You were always careful enough to lug everything on you own around in that heavy backpack. Good choice. You did what's right, so don't worry. Don't be afraid. Everything is going to work out. 'Cause remember, you're the toughest 15-year-old in the world, right? Get a hold of yourself. Take some deep breaths and start using your head. Things will be fine, but you gotta be careful. That's real blood we're talking about. Somebody else's blood, and we're not just talking drop or two. As we speak, I'll bet somebody's trying to track you down. Better get a move on. There's only one thing to do. One place you gotta go to. And you know where that is. I take a couple of deep breaths to calm down. Then, pick up my bag and get out of the restroom. I crouch along the gravel, the mercury light beating down on me. And try to get my brain in gear. Throw the switch. Turn the crank. Get the old thought process up and running. But it's a no-go. Not enough juice in the battery to get the engine to turn over. I need someplace it's safe and warm, that I can escape to for a while and pull myself together. But where? The only place that comes to mind is the library, but the Komura library is shut until tomorrow at 11. And I need somewhere to lie low till then. I come up with an alternative. I sit down where nobody can spot me and take the cell phone from my backpack. I check to see it's still connected. Then take Sakura's phone number from my wallet and punch in the numbers. My fingers still aren't working well, and it takes a few times before I get the whole number right. I don't get her voicemail. Thank God. 12 rings after she answers. I tell her my name. Kafka Tamura, she repeats, not exactly thrilled. Do you have any idea how late it is? I've got to get up early tomorrow. I know, I'm sorry to call you so late, I tell her. My voice sounds tense, but I had no choice. I'm sort of in trouble, and you're the only one I could think of. No response on the other end. Seems like she's checking my tone of voice, weighing it in her mind. Is it something serious? She finally asks. I can't tell you right now, but I think so. You've got to help me, just this once. I promise I won't be a bother. She gives it some thought. Not like she's confused or anything, just thinking it over. So, where are you? I tell her the name of the shrine. Is that in Takamatsu City? I'm not totally sure, but I think so. You don't even know where you are? She says, dumbfounded. It's a long story. She lets out a sigh, grab a cab, and come to the Lawson's convenience store on the corner near my apartment. They have a big sign and you can't miss it. She gives me the directions. Do you have money for a cab? I'm good, I say. All right, she says and hangs up. I go out the Torii gate at the entrance to the shrine and head for a main road to flag down a cab. It doesn't take long, as I ask the driver if he knows the Lawsons on the last corner. And he says he does. When I ask if it's far, he says no. About a $10 ride. The cab stops outside the Lawsons and I pay the driver. My hand's still unsteady. I pick up my backpack and go inside the store. I go there so fast, Sakura hasn't arrived yet. I buy a small carton of milk, heat it up in the microwave, and sip it slowly. The warm milk slips down my throat and calms my stomach a little. When I went inside the store, the clerk glanced at my backpack, keeping an eye out for shoplifters. But after that, nobody pays attention to me. I stand in the magazine rack, pretending to be picking one out, and check out my reflection in the window, though my hair is still a bit of a mess. You can barely see the blood on my dungaree shirt. If anybody noticed it, they think it was just a stain. Now, all I have to do is stop trembling. 10 minutes later, Sakura strolls in. It's nearly 1 a.m. She has on a plain grey sweatshirt and faded jeans. Her hair is in a ponytail and she's wearing a navy blue New Balance cap. The moment I spot her, my teeth finally stop chattering. She sidles up beside me and looks me over carefully, like she's checking out the teeth of some dog she's about to buy. She lets out a sound halfway between a sigh and actual words, then lightly pats me twice on the shoulder. Come on, she says. Her apartment's 2 blocks from the Lawsons, a tacky 2-story building. She walks upstairs, takes the keys out of her pocket, and opens the green paneled door. The apartment consists of 2 rooms, plus a kitchen and a bathroom. The walls are thin, the floors creak, and probably the only natural light the place gets during the day is when the building's sunset shines in. I hear a toilet flush in some other unit, the scrape of a cabinet being shut somewhere. Seedy, all right. But at least it has the feel of real people living real lives. Dishes piled up in the kitchen sink, empty plastic bottles, half-read magazines, past their prime, potted tulips. A shopping list taped to the fridge. Stockings hanging over the back of a chair. Newspaper on the table opened to the TV schedule. An ashtray, a thin box of Virginia Slims. For some strange reason, this scene relaxes me. This is my friend's apartment, she explains. She used to work with me at a salon in Tokyo, but last year she had to come back to Takamatsu, where she's from. But then she said she wanted to travel to India for a month and asked me to watch the place. I'm taking over her job while she's gone. She's a hairdresser too. I figured it's a good change of place to get out of Tokyo for a while. She's one of those new age types, so I doubt she'll be able to pull herself away from India for a month. She has me sit down at the dining table and brings me a can of Pepsi from the fridge. No glass though. Normally, I don't drink colas, way too sweet and bad for your teeth, but I'm dying of thirst and down the whole can. You want anything to eat? All I've got is cup noodle, if that'll do. I'm okay, I tell her. You look awful, you know that. I nod. So, what happened? I wish I knew. You have no idea what happened? You didn't even know where you were. And it's a long story, she says, winding down the facts. But you're definitely in trouble. Definitely, I reply. I hope that at least gets through. Silence. All the while, she's bathing me in a deep frown. You don't really have any relatives in Takamatsu, do you? You ran away from home. Again, I nod. Once, when I was your age, I ran away from home. I think I understand what you're going through. That's why I gave you my cell phone number. I figured it might come in handy. I really appreciate it, I say. I lived in Ichikawa in China. In Chiba. I never got along with my parents and hated school. So I stole some money from my folks and took off, trying to get as far away as I could. I was 16. I got as far as Abashiri, up in Hokkaido. I stopped by a farm I happened to see and asked them to let me work there. I'll do anything, I told them. And I'll work hard. I don't need any pay as long as there's a roof over my head and you feed me. The lady there was nice to me, had me sit down and have some tea. Just wait there, she said. The next thing I knew, a patrol car pulled up outside and the police were hauling me back home. This wasn't the first time the lady had gone through this sort of thing. The thought hit me hard then that I had to learn a trade, so no matter where I went, I could always find work. So I quit high school, went to a trade school, and became a hairdresser. The edges of her lips rise a bit in a faint smile. A pretty sound approach to things, don't you think? I agree with her. Hey, would you tell me the whole story from the beginning? She says, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. I don't think it's going to get much more sleep tonight. So I might as well hear it all. I explain everything to her. From the time I left home, I leave out the omen part, though, that I know I can't just tell anyone. Chapter 10. It is alright then, if Nakata calls you Kawamura. He repeated the question to the striped brown cat, enunciating his words slowly, making it as easy to understand as he could. This particular cat had said he thought he had run across Goma, the missing 1-year-old tortoise shell, in this vicinity. But from Nakata's viewpoint, he spoke very strangely. The feeling was mutual, for the cat seemed to be having its own problems following him. Their conversation was at cross purposes. I don't find at all the tallest of heads. Pardon me, but Nakata does not understand what you're saying. Forgive me, but I'm not so bright. It's a tuna, to the very end. Are you perhaps saying you'd like to eat a tuna? No, the hands died up before. Nakata never went into these conversations with cats expecting to be able to easily communicate everything. You have to anticipate a few problems when cats and humans try to speak to each other. And there was another factor to consider: Nakata's own basic problems with talking. Not just with cats, but also with people. His easy conversation with Otsuka the previous week was more the exception than the rule. For invariably, getting across even a simple message took a great deal of effort. On bad days, it was more like two people on the opposite shores of a canal yelling to each other on a windy day. And today was one of those days. He wasn't sure why, but striped brown cats were the hardest to get on the same wavelength with. With black cats, things mostly went well. Communicating with Siamese cats was the easiest of all. But unfortunately there weren't too many stray Siamese wandering the streets, so the chance didn't present itself often. Siamese were mainly kept at home, well taken care of. And for some reason, striped brown cats made up the bulk of the strays. Even knowing what to expect, Nakata found Kawamura impossible to decipher. He enunciated his words poorly, and Nakata couldn't catch what each one meant, or the connection between them. What the cat said came off sounding like riddles than sentences. Still, Nakata was infinitely patient and had plenty of time on his hands. He repeated the same question over and over, having the cat repeat his responses. The two of them were seated on a boundary stone, making a little park for children in a residential area. They'd been talking for nearly an hour, going round and round in circles. Kawamura is just a name I'll call you. It doesn't mean anything. Nakata gives names to each cat so it's easy to remember. I won't cause any problems, I guarantee it. I'd just like to call you that, if you don't mind. In response, Kawamura kept muttering something incomprehensive, and seeing as how this wasn't likely to stop anytime soon, Nakata interrupted, trying to move their talk along by showing Kawamura the photo of Goma once more. Mr. Nakamura, this is Goma, the cat that Nakata is looking for, a 1-year-old tortoiseshell cat. She's owned by the Koizumis of the Three Chrome neighborhood in Nogata, who lost track of her a while back. Mr. Koizumi opened a window and the cat leaped out and ran away. So once more I'd like to ask you, have you seen this cat? Kawamura gazed at the photograph again and nodded. If it's tuna, Kawamura tied up, tried to find. I'm sorry, but as I said a moment ago, Nakata is not very bright and can't understand very well what you're getting at. Would you mind repeating that? If it's tuna, Kawamura tried to find and tied up. By tuna, you mean the fish? Tries the tuna, tied. Kawamura. Nakata rubbed his closely cropped salt and pepper hair and puzzled his over. What could he possibly do to solve this tuna riddle and escape from the maze the conversation had become? No matter how much he put his mind to it, however, he was clueless. Puzzling things out logically, after all, wasn't exactly his forte. Totally blithe to it all, Kawamura lifted a rear leg and gave the spot just below his chin a good scratch. Just then, Nakata thought he heard a small laugh behind him. He turned and saw, seated on the low concrete wall next to the house, a lovely slim Siamese looking at him with narrowed eyes. Excuse me, but would you by chance be Mr. Nakata? The Siamese purred. Yes, that's correct. My name's Nakata. It's very nice to meet you. Likewise, I'm sure. The Siamese replied. It's been cloudy since this morning, but I don't expect we'll be seeing any rain soon, Nakata said. I do hope the rain holds off. The Siamese was a female, just approaching middle age. She proudly held her tail up straight and had a collar with a name tag. She had pleasant features and was slim, with not an ounce of extra fat. Please call me Mimi. The Mimi from La Baume. There's a song about it too. Si mi chiamamo Mimi. I see, Nakata said, not really following. An opera by Puccini, you know? My owner happens to be a great fan of opera, Mimi said and smiled amiably. I'd sing it for you, but unfortunately, I'm not much of a singer. Nakata's very happy to meet you, Mimi-san. Same for me, Mr. Nakata. Do you live near here? Yes, in that 2-story house over there. The Tanabe's house. You see it, right? The one with the cream-colored BMW 530 parked in front. I see, Nakata repeated. He had no idea what BMW was. But he did spot a cream-colored car. That must be what she meant. Mr. Nakata, Mimi said, I'm known as self-reliant, or perhaps you'd say a very private sort of cat. And I don't normally interfere with others' affairs, but that youngster, the one I believe you're referring to as Kawamura, is not what I would call the brightest kitty in litter. When he was still young, a child hit him with a bicycle, the poor thing, and he struck his head against some concrete. Ever since, he hasn't made much sense, so even if you are patient with him, as I see you've been, you won't get anywhere. I've been watching you for a while, and I'm afraid I couldn't just sit idly by. I know it's forward of me to do so, but I had to say something. No, please don't think that. I'm very happy you told me. Nakata's as dumb as Kawamura, I'm afraid, and can't get by without other people's help. That's why I get a subsidy from the governor every month. So I'm very happy to hear your opinion, Mimi. I take it you're looking for a cat, Mimi said. I wasn't eavesdropping, mind you, but just happened to overhear you as I was taking a nap there. Goma, I believe you said the name was. Yes, that is correct. And Kawamura has seen Goma. That's what he told me, but Nakata can't figure out what he said after that. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Nakata, why don't I step in and try to talk with him? It's easier for 2 cats to communicate, and I'm fairly used to the way he talks. So why don't I sound him out, then summarize it for you? That would be very helpful, I am sure. The Siamese nodded lightly and, like a ballet dancer, nimbly leaped down from the concrete wall, black tail held up high like a flagstaff. She leisurely walked over and sat down beside Kawamura. He immediately began to sniff Mimi's rump, but the Siamese gave him a swift blow to the cheek, and the youngster cat shrank back. With barely a pause, Mimi dealt him another blow to the nose. Now, my attention, you brainless dingbat! You stinky good-for-nothing! Mimi hissed, then turned to Nakata. You've got to show him who's in charge up front, or you'll never get anywhere. Otherwise, he'll go spacey on you, and all you get is drivel. It's not his fault he's this way, and I do feel sorry for him, but what are you going to do? I see, Nakata said, not at all sure what he was agreeing to. The 2 cats began conversing, but they spoke so quickly and softly that Nakata wasn't able to catch any of it. Mimi grilled Kawamura in a sharp tone, the younger cat replying timidly. Any hesitation got him another merciless slap on the face. This Siamese cat was clever and educated too. Nakata had met many cats up to this point, but never before one who listened to opera and knew models of cars. Impressed, he watched as Mimi went about her business with a brisk efficiency. Once Mimi had heard everything she wanted to, she chased the younger cat off. Be on your way, she said sharply, and he dejectedly slunk away. Mimi affably nestled up into Nakata's lap. I think I've got the gist of it. Much obliged, Nakata said. The cat, Kawamura, that is, said he's seen Goma several times in the grassy spot just down the road. It's an empty lot they were planning to build on. A real estate firm bought up the Cars Company parts warehouse and tore it down, planning to put up high-class condo. A citizens' movement opposed the development. There was a legal battle, and the construction's been put on hold, the sort of thing that happens all the time these days. The lot's overgrown with grass, and people hardly ever come there, so it's the perfect hangout for all the streets in the neighborhood. I don't keep company with many cats, and I don't want to get fleas, so I hardly ever go over there. As you're no doubt aware, fleas are like a bad habit, awfully hard to get rid of once you get them. I see, Nakata said. He told me the cat's just like the one in the photograph, a timid, pretty young tortoise shell with a flea collar. Can't seem to speak that well either. It's clear to anyone that it's a naive house cat that can't find its way back home. When was this, I wonder? The last time he saw the cat seems to be 3 or 4 days ago. He's not very bright, so he's not even sure about days. But he said it was the day after it rained, so I'm thinking it must have been Monday. I seem to recall it rained pretty hard on Sunday. Nakata doesn't know about the days of the week, but I think it did rain around then. He hasn't seen her since. That was the last time. The other cats haven't seen her either, he says. He's a spacey, good-for-nothing cat, but I presented him closely and believe most of what he says. I really want to thank you. No need. It was my pleasure. Most of the time, I have only this worthless bunch of cats around here to talk to, and we never seem to agree on anything. I find it incredibly irritating. So it's a breath of fresh air to be able to talk with a sensible human such as yourself. I see, Nakata said. There is one thing Nakata still does not understand. Mr. Kawamura kept going on about tuna, and I was wondering if he meant the fish. Mimi lithely lifted her left front leg, inspecting the pink flesh of the pad, and chuckled. The youngster's terminology isn't that extensive, I'm afraid. Terminology? The number of words he's familiar with is limited, is what I'm saying. So for him, everything that's good to eat is tuna. For him, tuna's the crème de la crème, as far as food goes. He doesn't know there are such things as sea beam, halibut, or yellowtail. Nakata cleared his throat. Actually, Nakata's very fond of tuna. Of course, I like eel as well. I'm fond of eel myself, though it's not the sort of thing you can eat all the time. That's true. You couldn't eat it all the time. The two of them were silent for a time. Eel musings filling the passing moments. Anyway, what that cat was getting at is this, Mimi said, as if suddenly remembering. Not long after the neighborhood cats began hanging out at that vacant lot, a bad person showed up who catches cats. The other cats believe this man may have taken Goma away. The man lures them with something good to eat, then throws them inside the large sack. The man's quite skilled at catching cats, and a hungry, innocent cat like Goma would easily fall into his trap. Even the stray cats who live around here, normally a wary bunch, have lost a couple of their number to this man. It's simply hideous because nothing could be worse for a cat than to be stuffed inside a bag. I see, Nakata said, and again rubbed his salt and pepper hair with his paw. But what does that man do with the cats once he's caught them? That I don't know. In the old days they were used to make chemises out of a cat skin, but nowadays not too many people play the shamisen, and besides, I hear they mainly use plastic now. In some parts of the world, people eat cats, though not in Japan, thank goodness. So I think we can exclude both of these motives, which leaves, let me see, people who use cats in scientific experiments. Cats are used in a lot of experiments. One of my friends, in fact, was used in a psychology experiment at Tokyo University. A terrible thing, but it's a long story and I won't go into it now. There are also perverts, not many, mind you, who just enjoy tormenting cats, catching a cat and chopping off its tail, for instance. What do they do after they chop it off? Nothing. They just want to torment and hurt the cats. Makes them feel good for some reason. I'm afraid there are twisted people like that in the world. Nakata gave this some thought. How could chopping off a cat's tail possibly be fun? So, what you are saying is that maybe this twisted person had taken Goma away? He asked. Mimi chewed her tail, long white whiskers, and frowned. I'd rather not think that, or even imagine it, but it is a possibility. Mr. Nakata, I haven't lived all that many years, but I've seen terrible things I never could have imagined. Most people look at cats and think, what a life! All we do is lay around in the sun, never having to lift a finger. But cats' lives aren't that idyllic. Cats are powerless, weak little creatures that injure easily. We don't have shells like turtles, nor wings like birds. We can't burrow into the ground like moles or change colors like a chameleon. The world has no idea how many cats are injured every day. How many of us meet a miserable end. I happen to be lucky enough to live with the Tanabes in a warm and friendly family. The children treat me well and I've got everything I need, but even my life isn't always easy. When it comes to strays though, they have a very tough time of it. You're really smart, aren't you, Mimi? Nakata said, impressed by the Siamese eloquence. No, not really, Mimi replied, narrowing her eyes in embarrassment. I just spend too much time lying in front of the TV, and this is what happens. My head gets full of worthless facts. Do you even watch TV, Mr. Nakata? No, Nakata does not watch TV. The people on TV talk too fast, and I can't keep up with them. I'm dumb, so I can't read. And if you can't read, TV doesn't make much sense. Sometimes I listen to the radio, but the words there are also too fast, and it tires me out. I much prefer doing this, enjoy talking with the cat outside under the sky. Indeed, Mimi said. That's right, Nakata replied. I really hope that Goma is alright. Mimi, Nakata's going to have a look in that empty lot. According to the youngster, this man is very tall and wears a strange tall hat and leather boots. And he walks fast. He looks very unusual. So you'll recognize him right away. He told me whenever the cats that gather at the empty lot see him coming, they scatter all in all directions, but a newcomer might not know enough to. Nakata stored this information away in his head, carefully folding it all away in a front drawer so he wouldn't forget it. The man is very tall and wears a strange tall hat and long leather boots. I hope I've been of help, Mimi said. Nakata appreciates everything you have done. If you hadn't been kind enough to speak up, I'd still be going round and round with tuna. I'm grateful." "What I think," Mimi said, gazing up at Nakata with knit brows, "is that man is trouble. A lot of trouble. He's more dangerous than you can ever imagine. If it were me, I'd never go near that lot. But you're a human, and it's your job after all. But I hope you'll take every precaution." "Thank you very kindly. I'll be careful as I can. Mr. Nakata, this world is a terribly violent place, and nobody can escape the violence. Please keep that in mind. You can't be too cautious. The same holds true for cats and human beings." "I will remember that," Nakata replied. But he had no idea where and how the world could be violent. The world was full of things Nakata couldn't comprehend, and most things connected with violence fell into that category. After saying goodbye to Mimi, he went to see the empty lot, which turned out to be about the size of a small playground. A tall plywood fence enclosed the lot, with a sign on it saying, "Keep outside of future construction," which Nakata naturally couldn't read. A heavy chain blocked the entrance, but around the back was a gap in the fence, and he easily got inside. Someone must have pried it open. All the warehouses that had originally stood there had been torn down, but the land hadn't been graded for construction and was covered with grass. Goldenrod grew as high as a child, a couple of butterflies flickering above it. Mounds of earth had hardened into the rain, in some places rising up in little hill blocks, a perfect place for cats. People wouldn't come in, and there were all sorts of little creatures to catch and plenty of places to hide. Kawamura was nowhere to be seen. Two scrawny cats with rough coats were there, but when Nakata called out in a friendly greeting, they just glanced at him coldly and disappeared into the weeds, which made sense. No one of them wanted to get caught and have his tail chopped off. Nakata himself certainly didn't want to have that happen to him, not that he had his tail. It was no wonder the cats were wary of him. Nakata stood on higher ground and took the good look around. No one else was there, but just the butterflies, searching for something fluttering about the weeds. He found a good spot to sit down, lowered his canvas bag from his shoulder, took out 2 bean jam buns, and had his usual lunch. He drank hot tea from a thermos, eyes narrowed as he quietly sipped. Just a quiet early afternoon. Everything was at rest, placid, harmonious. Nakata found it hard to believe that somebody might be lying in wait to torment the tortured cats. He rubbed his cropped salt and pepper hair as he chewed. If somebody else was with him, he would explain. Nakata's not very bright, but unfortunately he was alone. All he could do was nod a few times to himself and continue chewing. Once he finished the buns, he folded up the cellophane they'd been wrapped into, a compact square, and put it in his bag. He screwed the lid back on the thermos tight and put it in his bag as well. The sky was covered with a layer of clouds, but from their color, he could tell the sun was almost directly overhead. The man is very tall and wears a strange tall hat and long leather boots. Nakata tried to picture this man, but had no idea what strange tall hat and long leather boots looked like. In his whole life, he'd never encountered any tall hats and long leather boots. Kawamura had told Mimi that you'd know him when you saw him, so Nakata decided, I suppose I'll just have to wait until I see him. That's definitely not the best plan. He stood up and relieved himself in the weeds. a long, honest pea, and then went over to a clump of weeds in the corner of a vacant lot. There he had the best chance of remaining hidden from sight, and set out the rest of the afternoon, waiting for a strange man to show up. Waiting is a boring task. He had no clue when the man might next appear. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not for a week, or maybe he'd never show up again. There was that possibility. But Nakata was used to aimless waiting and spending time alone doing nothing. He wasn't bothered in the least. Time wasn't the main issue for him. He didn't even own a watch. Nakata operated on his own sense of time. In the morning, it got light. In the evening, the sun set, and it got dark. Once it got dark, he'd go to the nearby public bath, and after coming home from his bath, he'd go to sleep. The public bath was closed on certain days of the week, and when that happened, he'd just give up and go back home. His stomach told him when it was time to eat, and when the time came for him to go pick up his subsidy, somebody was always nice enough to tell him when that day was near. He knew another month had passed. The next day, he'd always go for a haircut at the local barber shop. Every summer, someone from the ward office would treat him to eel, and every New Year, they'd bring him rice cakes. Nakata let his body relax, switch off his mind, allowing things to flow through him. This was natural for him, something he'd done ever since he was a child, without a second thought. Before long, the borders of his consciousness fluttered around, just like the butterflies. Beyond these borders lay a dark abyss. Occasionally, his consciousness would fly over the border and hover over that dizzying black crevice. But Nakata wasn't afraid of the darkness, or how deep it was. And why should be? The bottomless world of darkness, the weighty silence of chaos, was an old friend, a part of him already. Nakata understood this well. In the world where there was no writing, no days of the week, no scary governor, no opera, no BMWs, no scissors, no tall hats. On the other hand, there was also no delicious eel, no tasty bean jam buns. Everything is there, but there are no parts. Since there are no parts, there's no need to replace one thing with another. No need to remove anything or add anything. You don't have to think about difficult things. Just let yourself soak it all in. For Nakata, nothing could be better. Occasionally he dozed off. Even when he slept, though, his senses, ever vigilant, kept watch over the vacant lot. If something happened, if somebody came, he could wake up and do what needed to be done. The sky was covered with a flat line of grey clouds, but at least it wasn't going to rain. The cats all knew it, and so did Nakata.